I much prefer being on this side.
Oh, are we live? Are we doing a thing? Are we making a thing of this, or is this just between you and I? Because the responses that I say will be different depending.
I've now realized I forgot to put the sponsor link in. Crap. Gonna have to fix that.
Why, you're saying you don't like my studio?
What?
You said you prefer being in your shoes. I'm like, so you don't like my studio?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not a fan. No, I much prefer being out here where I'm in total control.
I mean, that's fair. I don't like your chair. The armrest is annoying.
I mean, it's a crappy chair.
It's not a crappy chair. It was a perfectly fine chair before you broke the armrest.
The armrest broke on its own. Thank you very much.
No, you broke it because you're the one who sits there. So you take ownership of the mistakes that you make, sir.
I will not. I refuse.
I mean, that's fair. I don't like your chair.
I will not.
The armrest is annoying. I mean, it's a crappy chair. Okay, good. You can hear us, so that's the important thing.
That's the important bit.
But no, yeah, apparently I've decided to make a clip. I did not stop that. Cancel. Discard clip.
What have you done, you fool?
My tablet decided that I was making a clip, and I was like, no, I'm not making a clip. And it was like, are you sure you want to discard the clip that you made? And I was like, well, considering I never wanted to be making a clip in the first time, yes, I do want to discard it. Thank you.
And then we gotta go to...
What are we waiting for? Are you distracting me? Am I distracting you? Are we distracting each other? This is the YouTube preamble. People just don't understand what goes into a YouTube preamble.
There's so much that goes into the YouTube preamble. I'm just posting the...
I don't even think we had much... I don't think we had much of a preamble in the alternate universe that was last time. Because I took so long to get set up that there wasn't really anything to preamble about. So people are getting a double-length preamble because last universe didn't do the preamble.
It's true. We didn't do preamble.
Because he was nervous.
Okay, I think we're ready.
He thinks we're ready.
I think I'm ready. I just had a lot of notes.
He thinks he's ready.
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 This just became a Sondheim musical? What are we doing? What is
Welcome to the Spur of the Moment
podcast, everybody. I mean, no, I'm kidding. 3, 2, 1. This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media. I can't unnotice it! I can't unnotice it!
God damn it, Justin!
Then you pointed it out!
You ruined it! We had a perfectly good thing going.
I'm sorry.
It's not so easy being in the Commanders-in-Chief chair, is it?
Now that I've been you, I can't go back to being me. Okay.
This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon.
Okay, hold on. Okay. Oh, that was funny. In 3, 2, 1. You son of a bitch. You're gonna do it again.
Of course I am. It's my thing.
Okay. We can get this back on track. In 3.
Nothing has changed. We've gone back to our universe. You have no idea what happened.
3, 2,
1.
This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon. Please head to artemedia.org to see all kinds of podcasts from our great friends. And if you would like to start your own podcast, they could provide you with the tools and resources to do so there. So please head to artemedia.org. That's ARETE media.org. On with the show, Jordan.
On with the show, the totally normal show.
See, the audio listeners didn't hear me totally fuck up the intro twice.
What are you talking about? You didn't fuck anything up. It was perfect.
This was a flawless intro, like normal, because I only do flawless intros. Here, on the Spur of the Moment podcast, everybody, I am your host. I am Justin Spurr, and as always, I am joined by my co-host. It's the incomparable Jordan, everybody. It's a totally normal week Nothing is abnormal about the world at all. Not addressing the elephant. Sometimes you gotta laugh. You can't cry. Moving on. On today's show. No crying! No crying!
I'm sorry.
Just know that we are not in a strategically advantageous country. That's all that matters. On today's show. On the news. Marvel is resolving
the Hollywood news. We're not talking about any actual.
No, we're not a current events podcast. Spider-Man. Marvel resolves animated Spider-Man with Spider-Man 94, a comic book series. There's a new Donkey Kong game. We're going to talk about that for a little while. Surprise casting for Spider-Man. Oh my god, my voice is still screwed.
You're cracking.
I'm cracking fierce. Oh, pubescent. Oof. New Goosebumps video games for our Goosebumps boys. James Gunn gives new update on Batman. Jordan's going to get some redemption at describing some trailers.
Oh, good.
Historical figure. Neutron video game. Netflix news. I may be dipping out here in a minute to get more water. This is bad. That's all in today's show. And then later we're doing Pick a Director. I have selected Kevin Smith. Jordan has selected Arthur Cunningham. Richie Cunningham. Ron Howard. Let's talk about Ron Howard. And then to cap it all off at the end of the show, to celebrate us because we hit 200 subscribers, everybody. You know what? I'm going to do this. Because I can. Let's try this again. Jordan, we hit 200 subscribers.
Yay!
Or, for those unenthusiastic, to be a little more calm. And so, oh god, I'm hitting the wrong buttons. To celebrate, as promised, I'm going to eat a serrano pepper. And for those of you who are sticking around, you remember the last time I ate that pepper, it sucked. It sucked a lot.
And I'm gonna have some crackers, and we couldn't get any of that powder that makes things super sour. So I got lemon extract.
Yeah, we wanted to get
So I'm hoping that'll. Yeah, we couldn't find any malic acid.
No, we couldn't find. We looked at both Walmart and Save them. We couldn't find it. So we're hoping that lemon.
I'm hoping lemon extract will hopefully achieve a similar result.
Pure lemon extract will hopefully also be really. Yeah,
boy.
Yeah. We want a full pucker. We want a pucker.
And just these are sealed. These haven't been opened. I haven't put anything on them ahead of time. These are unsalted crackers. So they will be about as bland a thing to put on there. So I should be getting pretty much just the flavor of whatever this stuff is.
And also because this is a sufficient enough intro that in the inevitable YouTube video that the pepper and the sour bit's going to be, just before I lead into go and now and then we cut to the pepper bit, know that I chugged an entire jug of milk. That's how much this hurt. So, last time. So this is gonna hurt, but this time I'm prepared because I have ice cream.
That's in the freezer.
So what you're gonna see now in the YouTube video is it's just gonna cut to the pepper and cracker bit now. But for the rest of you, we're gonna do the rest of the show. So start off with you guys will have to hang out for the pepper. Or come back later. I'm not your mom.
No, you're not their dad. Why would you go for mom? Why would you not have said I'm not your dad?
Because
why is mom the first thing that's an interesting thing to me. I would have immediately been like, I'm not your dad.
Oh, because I'm actually here.
Oh, hey-oh.
That's the level of quality that you can expect from the Spur of the Moment podcast when it has been one wacky weekend. Also, I want to shout out, before we really jump into the news, I want to shout out the boys over at Ninja Sex Party and TWRP because my voice is absolutely shot. They put on a hell of a concert at the Commodore Ballroom on Friday night. It was sweet. It was an excellent show. I had a great time.
It was good.
Hell of a way to end a tour. I doubt they'll ever see this, but if they ever do, yeah. So my voice is.
You're welcome. You're welcome to come on the podcast and talk to us.
Absolutely, we will talk to you all day long. You like movies? We'll talk to you about.
Come
movies.
Talk to us about your favorite movies. This is an open invitation. We are extending it to you.
Absolutely an open invitation.
And then when this becomes a YouTube short, we'll tag them.
Absolutely. But yeah, my voice is kind of pseudo shot, so I'm already kind of feeling it failing me. And so I'm a little loopy today, so it's going to make for a goofy show. And I might have to dip out while Jordan talks to get more water. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. Starting. This is already taking us forever to jump into the show. It's one of those shows. Anyway. Anywhom. There are no rails. Marvel is apparently going to resolve. Jordan sent this to me, actually. You can send me stories, by the way, anytime anyone wants to send me a story they want to hear us talk about. Jordan sent me this story, and that's Marvel is resolving the animated series cliffhanger with the comic books.
Yeah, the 90s cartoon.
Yeah, it's going to be called Spider-Man 94, which, like, all right.
That's kind of cool. I'm kind of that's an interesting thing. That wasn't on my bingo card.
It's not going to be the weird one though, where it's by the sounds of it, the description of it is he finds Mary Jane and he comes back to New York and there's new villains and it's different now. So it sounds like they're not going to do the original idea of this, which was going to be he winds up in London and Carnage is Jack the Ripper.
Wait, what? I've never heard that.
You've never heard that? Yeah, they said at one point that one of the ideas was he would wind up in like Victorian London, and it would have turned out that he was hunting Jack the Ripper, and Jack the Ripper would turn out to be Carnage.
Huh. Interesting. That would have been different.
That would have been weird.
I'm just happy that we're at a point where like we can go back and like wrap up loose ends like that, even if they're in comic book form.
Right.
And it would be kind of cool if these comics did well enough. Disney greenlit them to animate them and put them into an actual show format.
Right.
Which I feel like that's kind of the aim with this.
Well, my
this is a test gauge the interest kind of scenario.
Well, my theory was it was a show, and then 97 didn't do the numbers they thought they would.
Okay, that's good to know. Thanks, Haley. She said, you may need to fix the title before you guys start. It's saying last week's title when you went through the decoms.
Shit.
Which it is. It is absolutely saying, do you remember these decoms now that I'm looking at it?
Shit. How do I do this? We're already in the show. We've had all this lead up.
What you do is you close it. You keep the video from before, and when it goes up later, you stitch them together.
I could do that.
That's just going to be the simplest way, probably.
Hold on, people are going to see me do this, but whatever. Pause for a second.
Because, I think you can pause the stream.
Oh, I think I can fix this. Hold on.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Don't know if it's live right now or if we're being heard, but
we should be.
Thank you for that. That's we appreciate gold star subscribers like that who, help point out our shortcomings in a calm and respectful manner.
Hold
on. I'm stalling for time so that Justin can change the name.
I changed
and I'm trying to stay entertaining.
That's good to know. I can go into my YouTube
and do it midstream.
I can do it midstream. That's good to know.
Good to know. That means that in the future we hopefully won't have to full on
stop and restart the stream. It does mean that for Spotify, because I don't edit the middle of the podcast. The poor Spotify listeners have had to listen to me fix that. But, sorry guys. Sorry, that's my bad. I saw it too. I should not, yeah. Anyway.
We're back on track. We're
back on track. Haley picked a good moment
to... We are on Pick a Director 3 again.
Yeah.
3? 2?
3.
2. 3.
Haley picked a good moment The first one was not pick a director; it was famous directors. That's where we get confused. Yeah.
But we're still calling it Pick a Director 3.
Yes. She picked a good moment to do that, because we're just about to get to our next story, which is that Nintendo revealed as a surprise character in that new Donkey Kong Bonanza game. And I didn't realize how thorough this was, but they revealed that Pauline was a character. And I guess prior till that point, they had sort of made it seem like he had a little sidekick character that was just this little rock guy.
Yeah, no, they made it seem like he had a Cappy, basically, which was the rock guy. And then, so I respect them, like giving the gig away on one hand, but I also think it would have been better if they hadn't unveiled that it was going to be her, and just
the game found out. It would have been a better twist, for sure.
Kept leaning into the fact that it was this rock character and like just show that, but I think I guess they wanted to be able to show off the fact that DK could transform.
Oh yeah, but also
in order to do that, you have to show that it's Pauline singing that's doing it, I guess. But you could have not. You could have just showed the transformations. And
probably they know that the internet's going to spoil it once that game comes out anyway, so they might as well capitalize.
Sure. Well, once the game comes out, the internet will. But I'm saying the first person that got to that moment, it would have been a real.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
They clearly wanted to do that gameplay showcase where they showed off all the gameplay, and like, hey man, I wasn't expecting Pauline to show up to be in this. I wasn't expecting there to be, but in retrospect now it makes sense, there to be a transformation gimmick where it's like it's Donkey Kong transforms into shit. That's kind of it. I mean, it's in all but name a Mario Odyssey prequel by all appearances, so it's made by the same people.
Well, that's where I am interested in if they're gonna explain why Pauline's a 13-year-old girl and not a fully grown woman like she always has been. Is this going to be actually confirmed to be a prequel to Mario Odyssey, or is the internet stupid in thinking that every game has to be connected to every other game?
Very stupid.
And is it just going to be a self-contained story, and they don't need to justify why she's a kid? Because come on, internet, this can just be its own thing. It doesn't have to be part of some grand Donkey Kong timeline. Stop being stupid. Sorry, it's been irritating.
Oh, right. Okay, good. See, you asked that question, and you already knew the answer to it, because I was about to say, no, Jordan, they absolutely are that stupid, because I saw one video that I watched, I think about a minute of, where I thought he was joking, and I thought he's questioning this doesn't align with Mario continuity, and I thought he was kidding, and I started to realize
as if there's actually
wasn't.
As if there's actually a deep Mario continuity that they're 100% following. Okay. They're barely following the Legend of Zelda one that they loosely cobbled together.
Guys, they were originally from Brooklyn, and then all of a sudden they weren't. They were just from the Mushroom Kingdom, and they were Italian for some reason. But initially, I think people said it was retconned in Mario. Whenever they became Baby Mario, it was Yoshi's story, Super Mario World 2, where that's the moment where they retconned it. But yeah, continuity doesn't mean anything. These games are individualized. They don't have any overall continuity. No. It's not the point.
Now I could see the one game which I could, because it's made by the same people. I could see it being a loose prequel
to Mario Odyssey. Yes, that one. Yes,
that exclusively that.
But I saw my favorite Cranky Kong is in the
but
game.
I don't think so.
Legit Cranky Kong is in it. It looks like it's Cranky Kong.
Yeah.
I think
I've heard Diddy Kong. I've heard Diddy Kong and Dixie Kong are also in it.
Oh, I haven't seen Dixie Kong. In one of the gameplay, you can see Diddy Kong in the background.
Maybe it wasn't Dixie Kong. It might have been just Diddy Kong. Either way, Diddy Kong I had heard.
Yeah, and they're like, it doesn't make any sense, because Cranky Kong is the one who canonically kidnapped Pauline, not Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong Jr. I'm like, shut up.
No, it's come on, it's not.
With respect, shut up. They're cartoon characters. Who cares?
It can be its own story.
Right, it can be its own story. The game looks really funny, like really fun. Like I don't know what it is about being a big monkey and just being able to indiscriminately smash whatever the fuck I want. But it looks really fun. Yeah. It looks like much fun.
I absolutely want to play that game. I just don't want to buy a Switch and spend $90 on the game.
Now, if Nintendo wanted to send a copy to us for us to review it for our podcast, we would be
we could have very nice things to say if that was to happen.
Very nice things that are totally not bought.
No, of course not.
No. But no, I want to play it. So so this is interesting because I haven't seen any actual confirmation from this from Marvel. So I don't know if this is true. Seemingly there's been no actual confirmation.
So we're full on letting everyone know this is a rumor then.
Seemingly. Usually by the time it gets to the website I use for the show, it's fairly firm. So that's where I'm like solid maybe. But apparently Jon Bernthal is going to be in Spider-Man 4. You're not even going to take a guess?
I'm gonna need you to tell me who that actor is.
He's the Punisher on the Daredevil show.
Oh, okay. So wait for the fourth one, the Tom Holland fourth one.
Yeah, the Tom Holland one. He's allegedly he's been cast in
You've told me that the he's going to be on as Punisher then.
Well, that's what I said.
100%. Oh, 100%. He will be the Punisher then. You asked me who he's going to be. Do I want to guess?
Oh, no. Who you want to guess who he was playing? But I already said Punisher. So, but he's going to be supposedly. Yeah, he is as the Punisher.
You've told me that this movie is going to be a more down to earth thing. So I could see this being Spider-Man versus the Punisher or something. Maybe. They're both like Punisher is trying to go after these guys because he's trying to stand. Spider-Man will have to end up standing in between.
Maybe, but this is where Marvel. I have not seen any actual confirmation. This is coming from.
If this is true,
this is coming from THR. It's not coming from Marvel. I haven't seen Marvel confirm this. THR is usually pretty good, though. That's the Hollywood Reporter. But
Tori's not Punisher, and he's just some other completely different character. Maybe. I mean, that's.
But also,
it would be a choice.
This article says the only confirmed stars, and none of these stars have really been confirmed officially by Marvel, at least not to my knowledge, which is Zendaya, Jacob Batalon, who is what's his face? Oh my god, Ned, and then Sadie Sink. But I haven't heard anything about Jacob Batalon as Ned. I have heard Zendaya because it was said that her and Tom Holland had read the script or whatever, and she wasn't happy with it. But I haven't seen anything confirming the rest of those people. Confirming them. It's all just been rumors. So, I can't say
grain of salt then.
But if it is if he is there as the Punisher, then to me that kind of all but confirms, this is going to probably be a Daredevil Spider-Man movie. Which, I'm okay with, because you wouldn't put the Daredevil Punisher without Daredevil. That only makes sense to me. So that just, to me, that sort of, if he is, then that kind of confirms that.
You might put him in and have a name drop where he's like, I work with a guy from Hell's Kitchen, and you can reference him.
I mean, he calls him Red, so
you can absolutely do Punisher without having Daredevil there. That I will say.
You could, but
I would be surprised if they did, but I'm just saying you could. You could absolutely do it. Do a thing where Spider it cuts in and Spider-Man is fighting against his normal villains or whatever, or normal guys, and Punisher essentially starts taking them out, and it's a Spider-Man has to stop Punisher from punishing movie.
I could see that.
And like that's the main focus. He's the main thing until like the third act, when they ultimately they realize that they're both on the same side in a rough manner of speaking, and have to team up against a greater villain. And then that's when you bring in
Kingpin.
I don't know. I'm just gonna say Kingpin. I'm just gonna drop the name Kingpin. Just completely.
Yeah.
He's not related to Daredevil or Spider-Man.
It's just sort of
you know,
weird.
why would you bring him in? But then in that third act, you could maybe also. That's when Daredevil shows up, and at that point, Punisher and Spider-Man are cool, and Punisher is the one who vouches for Daredevil, and they all three of them have to team up and go against Kingpin. I mean,
that'd be rad. That'd be rad.
You know, I'm just saying, Marvel.
You can
have that idea. You can have that idea.
You've got the Marvel, you've got the Marvel's Daredevil Punisher in there. Yeah, it just kind of seems, and you set up what's his face Kingpin as the mayor. Just kind of. He's gonna be in it. Like I will not be shocked. This is gonna be an Andrew Garfield situation where a year from now I'm like, I told you so, Vincent. I told you so. Vincent D'Onofrio, and I don't remember the guy's name who plays Daredevil, but Daredevil, or we're in that movie. I fucking called it. Picking up that phone. I'm calling it right now.
I mean, I could absolutely see it, considering they had Matthew Murdock in the previous Spider-Man movie.
That's what I'm saying.
They have already, in terms of the MCU, thread those two characters together in even a loose fashion. So yeah, to have him then be further in the next one is kind of just a logical conclusion.
I love how you watched the Daredevil show. You watched like a season of it, and you were like, you know what? I'd watch them together.
Well, I still don't. It wouldn't be my ideal team up, but I could live with it.
That's a team up I'm down for.
My ideal team up is you push the Spider-Man movie, and so timeline wise it takes place after the Fantastic Four, and you team him up with Johnny Storm. I love, in the comics, I love Spider-Man and Johnny Storm together. They are a fun combination.
I don't think that supports an entire movie, but
I mean that's what I would do. Is my point. I mean, not even just necessarily. I mean, maybe further down the line you can have this, but I would enjoy in Fantastic Four 2, because for me this would need to be a Fantastic Four movie. But you can try for some reason for Spider-Man to help, and you have him be in Fantastic Four 2.
Yeah. I sort of feel though like we're gonna. I'm kind of hoping they do like. It'd be really funny if they did like a Doctor Who Spider-Man regenerates and he's just got a different face now. Because like I think we're at best gonna eke like this next Spider-Man movie, and maybe either one or both of those Avengers movies, and then Tom Holland's done. They barely got convinced him to do this one. And I suspect the only reason why he will probably do the Avengers movie is because Downey will be in them, and that's the only reason why he will.
I mean, only time will tell. But yeah, I don't know. The thing is that for me, I would use this. As previously discussed, I would use this Infinity War one to wrap up the MCU.
Oh yeah, no, that's the finale. Should be the finale, especially because supposedly that's going to be Kevin Feige's last Marvel project. So,
and it's a good swan note, end on a high.
Swan song, beautiful swan song to end on a high. Well, not a high, but as close to high as they're going to be.
Not a low.
Just define it as the ending, and then if you want to do individual, like you want to do a Spider-Man movie, but there's three of them and he's three different guys and it has no continuity, it doesn't matter that he's three different actors, then at that point do that.
Yeah, well, to me at that point you do individualized movies, which are essentially like comic books, and in those comic books, like for example, if you did a Spider-Man movie and you had J. Jonah Jameson, for example, you could have and it's a scene where J. Jonah Jameson is complaining about Spider-Man to Robbie Robertson. You could, just to give an example, if they wanted to do a thing where Robertson is like, you love Captain America and he wears a mask, and like you name drop Captain America, but like you don't ever have to actually see him.
Yeah.
That would be okay to me.
That's fine. That's all you need.
Like that's enough. These people can exist in the world without having to actually see them.
Before we move on, there was just a really funny story I didn't pull because I thought it was, but it was the headline was like, Fantastic Four and Doomsday are connected, and I went. Next thing you know, Sherlock.
Water is wet.
Water is wet. Yeah, exactly. And next thing you'll be saying, water is wet. So for my Goosebumps boys out there in the Goosebumps crew, this goes out to my Goosebumps boys at the Goosebumps crew. Check them out every Wednesday on the YouTube. They released a new Goosebumps game, which like just kind of tells me I guess Goosebumps is coming back, or at least it's making an attempt to come back, because I'm there through them. I see all kinds of new Goosebumps stuff where I'm like, really? But
what do we know about this game? Is it like a point and click adventure, side scroller, a 3D horror game? Like, what are we? I need more details.
I don't know if it's this is where the Goosebumps boys, maybe one of the Goosebumps boys can let us know in the comments, but it's called Goosebumps Terror in Little Creek, and it is. I watched it. There's a brief 40-second trailer, and it's there's a description here. It says, enter the spine-chilling world of Goosebumps Terror in Little Creek, reads the game's description. As Sloane Spencer, a young teen caught in a town of nightmares, you'll unravel eerie enigmas, confront sinister monsters, and navigate haunted locations inspired by the R.L. Stine's legendary book series. So it kind of looks like it's the dark forces lurking in the shadows as you solve fiendish puzzles and evade frightful creatures, all while experiencing the signature blend of playful scares and twists that have captivated millions of Goosebumps fans, both young and young at heart, for decades. So it's like it's not a specific adaptation of one book. It kind of looks like it's sort of similar to the new show.
Because like I wasn't sure what to picture, but like one of the things I had in my head was like not literally Until Dawn, but that style of game where it's like a movie, but it's not a movie, and you're playing through it. And
no, it's a stealth game.
That's one vision. Stealth game. Interesting.
Yeah, so it's like you're trying to get past monsters and shit.
Interesting. Huh. Yeah. Not what I would never have thought of doing Goosebumps as a game.
I mean, there's lots of Goosebumps games. There's all kinds of Goosebumps games. There's one that's like a Welcome to Horrorland game. There's a bunch of them. This was really popular in the 90s. We weren't like super down with it on a merchandising level. Not really. Like I read the occasional book, but I didn't like. I mean, I know my favorite. If you would ask me my favorite Goosebumps book, I could tell you. But
in the 90s, I was more into like Animorphs.
Yeah, I was way more into Animorphs.
Like I remember playing the Animorphs video game on PlayStation. That was hard.
That and like I was the target demographic for that show, so I didn't super enjoy it all the time. Well, just not even the book series. The show used to scare the shit out of me. So it's like
Animorphs?
Oh no, Goosebumps. So I just never never really got into it because it used to freak me out.
Well, there was a segment of time where I do remember watching. I remember there was I think an hour, 9 o'clock, 9:30 on Family Channel, where it was like they would have Goosebumps and then they would have Are You Afraid of the Dark?
Goosebumps was YTV. Family Channel was Are You Afraid of the Dark?
Whatever. I remember it was like a solid block of television. So maybe that was on Goosebumps was on first, and then Are You Afraid of the Dark was on. I don't know, but I just remember it would be
stories like.
I just remember growing up. It would be we would watch Goosebumps because then it would have the green goop that was in the credits that would be slowly falling down, and then we would watch Are You Afraid of the Dark, and it would have the candle.
Yeah,
and they'd be around.
For me, it wasn't the candle. It wasn't the candle. It was the creepy. The theme song of "Are You Afraid of the Dark" is legitimately fucking scary. Like it's like the eerie swing set, the disembodied children laughing, the low music.
It really sets a mood.
Oh, it sets a mood. It is an upsetting show. But Goosebumps wasn't as scary. But there are episodes of Goosebumps that scare the. Night of the Living Dummy 3 to this day is like the scariest episode for whatever. The first one.
Yeah, well, it was to me. It always was like, yeah, you watch Goosebumps, and that was like the less. That's why it was on like at 9 o'clock. It was on earlier,
it's like
right?
The less intense one,
the slightly less intense one, and then about 9:30, like when the 14-year-olds are watching TV, that's when Are You Afraid of the Dark would come on, and that was the slightly scarier.
Oh, that show scared the oh man,
to the point where I almost. When we get to Halloween again and we're doing family friendly scary thing, I almost feel like I have to watch some Are You Afraid of the Dark?
I mean, yeah. But shout out to the Goosebumps boys again, Goosebumps boys, Goosebumps men, as it is, out there talking to the Goosebumps people,
the Goosebumps
fellas, on the Goosebumps crew. Check
them
out.
Sport. Hey, they're champ.
They have.
Hey, they're buddy.
Way more subscribers than we do. Anyway.
All right.
Moving on.
Yeah, but I mean, did they just hit? What are we at now? 201, 202. Did they just hit? I'm stalling while it loads. Did they just hit 201 subscribers, Justin, and have to eat a hot pepper and lemon extracted covered crackers? I don't think they did.
I feel like they're not foolish enough to commit to such a milestone so
bold,
early.
A bold endeavor.
I will continue to eat hot peppers so long as people subscribe. I will sell my body for sport.
That was a weird way to say that. Moving on.
Sorry. Batman.
There's
that Batman movie that's coming out called Batman Brave and the Bold. That was supposedly...
that's the James Gunn one, right?
That's the James Gunn one. That is not close to coming out because they're in the middle of writing it. That's supposed to be about Damian Wayne and Batman that I suspect will not be a Damian Wayne movie. But who's to say?
I don't like Damian Wayne.
I am not against him specifically, but...
I don't like him.
I just don't like that we're skipping to him. To me, that's something
He's a little shit, and he's the worst Robin.
Not so much anymore. They really wrote him away from the little shit worst Robin thing because of the criticism that he's a little shit and he's a worst Robin. So they really wrote him away from that personality. So he's not so much that anymore. In fact, he sacrificed himself multiple times to save the universe. So
that makes him so great.
I just don't like that they're skipping right to
Plenty of superhero characters have sacrificed themselves to save the universe. He's not special.
I mean, that is true.
God, Justin, you think that I wouldn't sacrifice myself to save the universe? Because you're right, I probably wouldn't.
I don't understand.
You think that makes him better than me, Justin? God.
So
what do you
Jordan,
think you are?
I sent you 2 trailers, and I'm having so much fun with this game that I'm going to keep doing it, because it makes talking about trailers decidedly more interesting. So Jordan, I want you to tell me the plot of this I Know What You Did Last Summer movie. Based upon this trailer, I want you to tell me what this movie is about while I get water. And I want the plot, Jordan. I want the plot. I want to know what it's going to be about.
So, this group of teenagers...
the trailer I sent you, Jordan. The trailer.
Yeah, I am.
Good. Okay, continue. Sorry.
God, interrupt me. This group of teenagers, I think there's 4 of them, maybe 5. I think they're teenagers, young people. They were driving along a road, and then there was a person who died. And then it skips to a year later, and they're at some sort of party. Might have been a wedding. Who could say? And one of them, it could have been a graduation thing. I don't know. One of them has a card or something, and then the rest of them are all like, "What does it say?" And the card says, "I know what you did last summer." And that's where in the trailer it cuts back to the thing that I previously discussed. Of them driving down a road and killing someone. And then it keeps flashing back and forth between, them talking about how they have to hide what they did. And then I think they go back to where they were or something, because then they're in bikinis and stuff or bathing suits. And then there's also this person who's old, who I think is clearly supposed to be someone who came from one of the originals. And then she's like, he'll keep coming after you. He wants to punish you. You or him. And there's some sort of fisherman with a hook, and he's trying to kill them all because he knows what they did last summer. And it keeps, it's a horror movie, and people are dying. That's it.
All right. I did not watch this trailer, so I have no idea how accurate that was, but
I feel like it was pretty accurate.
You let me know down in the comments. Was that an accurate description of this trailer? I mean, that pretty much describes the plot of the original one, which is they hit a guy the previous summer, and then that guy turns out he's not dead, and he tries to kill them all. Jordan, are you able to determine how the original cast are involved in this? Because apparently it's brought back the original cast.
I have no idea who the original cast is, so that's where I say at a certain point there's like an old woman who looks like she's some sort of mentor figure who's like helping them survive this person who's trying to kill them, and she comes across like that's where I say she feels like a character I'm supposed to know that I don't,
because you've never seen the original. Guess what Jordan's watching this Halloween. I know what you did last summer.
She comes across like she's probably from the original. I have no idea, but it feels I could believe.
It feels like the only way to pay this bit off is Jordan has to watch both this movie and the original.
I mean, all right, sure, I guess.
It seems like the only way. Jordan, they're making a movie.
I mean, if anything, it feels like the only way to pay this bit off is you have to watch the new one, and I have to watch the original, and then you can tell me how accurate my description of the new one was, and I can tell you who that bitch is.
I suppose. I mean, I guess I've seen the original, but it was a long time ago. I've seen both of them.
I don't know. We'll decide.
There's two, which is I Know What You Did Last Summer, and naturally the second one is, of course, called
I Still Know What You Did Last Summer?
Yeah. I still know what you did last summer. Because it's the laziest possible name you could think of.
This is the first one that came to mind.
Yeah,
so.
Absolutely. Oh my god, my voice is so squeaky. This is awful.
Or I Know What You Did Next Summer would be my next guess.
I can feel it cracking when I talk.
Yeah, well, maybe heat will help loosen those muscles up. Maybe you should just bite into that pepper right now.
Does it sound as bad as it feels like it sounds?
Not to me, but
okay, good. So Jordan, after the success of Oppenheimer, what World War II figure do you think that they're like, you know what, we can make a movie about this?
Heisenberg.
It's funny, you said that as a joke. I believe that is a movie that somebody's making. At least I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure that's a real thing. But okay, no, not Heisenberg. Try again. Maybe the third most obvious.
Hitler.
No, you can't get away with that yet. Can't do a serious biopic on Hitler. I mean, they technically did. It was called Downfall, but you can't do that yet.
Churchill.
No, it feels like you're not going to get it. Nuremberg.
I don't know that name.
The Nuremberg trials post World War II, where they tried all the Nazis in court.
I believe you.
It's the one during the 2020 thing. You don't want to say it, you get banned. The 2020 thing. Everyone said that they should be tried for Nuremberg, for the making people stay at home. It was the thing the crazies always yelled. No? Got any bells?
No.
Anyway, so that led to my question. I guess you've already hit a couple. Who's a big evil historical figure that did a big evil thing that we want to sympathize? We want to make sympathetic. Sorry?
Stalin.
Or
Hitler.
How long do you think? How look, I can't do it.
Donald Trump.
They technically already did. It was pretty good. It was called Trump, I think.
No, but Justin, those ones don't include the new atrocities he's committed.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
The one that we can't talk about.
No, we can't talk about it. No,
It's too soon.
You can't do the
We're
sympathetic biopic on.
We're a comedy show, and it's too soon for the comedy.
That's
so
true. That's true. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, this Nuremberg movie actually kind of sounds interesting. I included it to make a joke about it, and it honestly looks kind of good. It's basically it's about the trial after post World War II, deciding who got.
Well,
hurt.
all right then.
So apparently, there's a new Tron game coming out.
Ooh.
It's going to be called Tron Catalyst.
Oh.
It's being made by Bithell Games.
Ah.
It's a new action game that fleshes out the ARQ Arc Grids mini programs.
So, this is going to sound weird. You know what Tron game I want? I want a Grand Theft Auto open world. You exist on the grid, and you just do missions in the computer, and it's like a not literally GTA, but like
that's funny.
That style of game.
It's funny you say that, because in this game you play as Exo, a highly resilient and resourceful program, wielding an unexpected power known as the Glitch, gaining strength and abilities which the overlords of the Arc Grid's crumbling society seek to bring under control. Ride light cycles, engage in identity disc combat, and more as you are relentlessly pursued through the city and beyond by Khan, a malevolent program with an agenda of his own, while uncovering more about the glitches that threaten the stability of his world.
Huh. Okay, well, suddenly I'm more interested in this game. Do we know what it's going to be for? All major consoles?
Yeah, by the looks of it, yeah.
Cool. Yeah. That sounds cool. Do we know when that is slated for release? Does it say?
Does not say, no.
Well, we will have to watch that one with great interest.
That does sound interesting, though. Yeah. Stop trying to adapt movies.
Just make new stories for the games.
Right? Oops.
Learn from Star Wars.
Right?
Because that's like what Star Wars does best at this point.
I don't know what is with my internet today. It's not loading these pages properly.
It hates you.
So, Jordan, we talked about this movie before, this franchise, I should say, and that's Harold and Kumar. And
I heard they're making a new one.
The Hollywood Reporter, made by the Cobra Kai creators Josh Hurwitz, Hayden Schlossberg, and Josh Held. I'm positive I mispronounced all those names. They're going to direct a new movie. Oh, interesting. So they're the guys who made the original. So it's the original directors and creators, and all of the cast are apparently coming back, including Neil Patrick Harris, apparently. Oh no, it says it's unclear as to whether or not Neil Patrick Harris is going to return. But
I don't know how. I don't know how he could, other than like a dream sequence. Didn't he die in the last one?
No. Well, technically, you think he dies at the end of the second one, and then he.
No, I thought there was something that happens to him in the third one.
Oh yeah, it's been so long, I don't remember.
Hold on. You keep talking about this.
But yeah, I'm sure it's like one of those things where he'll do it where it's a dream sequence, or they're so high they see him. I'm just like, what do you do? The only thing you could do, what do you do with those characters beyond like their dads now? It's just the only thing you can do, where it's like, oh, Kumar's a dad, and he doesn't relate to his son. Like, you can't do, like, he's still a burnout loser, because that's what the last one was about, with how Harold was trying to grow up, and how Kumar was still a burnout loser, and it ends with him going back to the girl.
Yeah, okay. All right. It doesn't say what happens to him after or anything, but in the second one, they saw him getting shot outside a Texas whorehouse 7 years ago. Harris reveals that he did die, but Jesus kicked him out of heaven.
Yeah, you think he gets killed at the end of the
third one?
Well, yeah, in the
so I think that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, in the second one, he gets shot, and you think he's dead, and then there's a post-credit scene in the second one where he like wakes up, and you find out he's alive. He's like, you see him. I've seen it so many times because I've worked at that movie. I worked at the movie theater when that movie came out, so I've seen that post-credit scene like 1,000 times. Yeah,
I didn't even realize it had a post-credit scene.
Yeah, it's him waking up alive.
But no, yeah, I don't know how they'll have. It'd be funny if if Neil Patrick Harris in the next one, it's like it's years later and he's calmed down and now he's just more like real life Neil Patrick Harris.
I mean, I don't know. I think it'd be kind of funny if he's still like regular Neil Patrick Harris, and then you continue to include his family. So like the last one had his actual real life husband. So in this one, you have his actual kids and have it be like where
that's where I say like I think it would be funny if they had him in this one, and it's been a while since the last one, and he's essentially like calmed down, and he is just now Neil Patrick Harris.
I mean,
he's got his family, he's got his kids, and like you have a scene where he's like, sometimes I miss the old life, and like he momentarily returns to the character version.
I also think it'd be funny if
and then he's like nah, no, I'm good.
I think it would be funny if he was still exactly the same and he had bought the kids the kids were completely in on it. I think that would be funny. But yeah,
as for what you do for Harold and Kumar, I don't know. You say sons. I kind of see a world where it's one of them has it where Harold or Kumar's character has a son and Harold has a daughter, and Harold's son is interested in Kumar's daughter, and Kumar doesn't think that Harold's son is good enough.
That's a fairly I'm just trying to go where do you go to the most obvious place with these characters? You can't have Kumar be the same one as he was in the third one, so he's got to have his own bit. And I do kind of think he has a daughter who is like Kumar, like a bit more buttoned up and doesn't want to do, and then Kumar or Harold has like son who's like Kumar and is a burnout like Kumar was, and he doesn't want that's the only point of drama between those characters that can kind of exist. You do it, they haven't seen each other in a while thing. Like, what else do you do for a fourth one?
I see a world where it would be funny if Kumar is like the I don't want you to turn out like me, a loser. And like makes his son into a button up, like the nerd kind of character. Yeah. I do think that there is a point of comedy for that.
Yeah.
And then have it be where Harold's character, the straight one, is I would make it where he has a daughter, because to me that's the funniest
or
point.
You have it where it's two sons and they're best friends like they were, and I like the idea of the you're right, Harold is the straight man, so it is funnier for him to his son to be Kumar than not like Kumar not be the straight man, and then have Kumar's son be or child be the straight man. Like, that reversal is funny. But yeah, to me the only logical place to go with this is they have teenagers. Like, it's just the only logical place. What else do you do with them? They're in their 50s now. Like, what do you do?
Or 40s. They're still stoner losers. To me, this is very much a Bill and Ted 3 scenario, where it's like, even if they're just secondary characters and Harold and Kumar are the main beat of it, and it's about them as parents, they have to have kids. I do like the meet the parents angle, where their kids are a couple, and they're like, and then you could be where it's like, maybe you're right, maybe Harold or Kumar has changed, and he's completely mellowed out, and Harold keeps expecting him to be like he was, and that's the conflict. But yeah, because it was like that was the storyline in the third one, was Kumar's in his 40s and he's still like he was in his 20s. You can't do that again. So what do you do for a fourth one? Yeah, to me it's got to be, and
I'm not completely fucking stoked for this. I am. I am so beyond stoked. I love those movies.
I see it being a thing where I don't see it as them both being boys. I see it being as one of them has a daughter and one of them has a son.
Oh, I mean, yeah, you got to get a girl in this.
And which way this ends up, to me, I don't care. You could work it either angle. But yeah, I see it where it's like it's a meet the parent situation, and Harold wants to set them up, or Kumar wants to set them up as a couple, because he's like, dude, wouldn't it be sweet if our kids ended up together? We would be brothers,
Harold
right?
And
Harold is like, no, like, I do not want them together. My kid deserves better, or my daughter, and that's where I see it as him having the daughter.
An absolutely logical point of conflict, but also I do kind of think it's funny. I think it's funnier if you flip it and you make Kumar the straight man. I think that's so much funnier.
That's where I say I would be perfectly content with that too.
Where Harold's the
like,
one sabotaging, and you're not expecting that from him, and he's the one because you're right. Then at the end, the all is lost moment.
You mean Kumar is the one?
No. Harold is the one doing the sabotaging, and Kumar's the straight.
He
man.
would be in my version.
Yeah,
straight man as in he wants them together. You mean?
Well, straight man is the one who. In their relationship, Kumar is always the instigator. He's always yeah. So in this movie, in this scenario, normally Kumar would be the one sabotaging it because he's the instigator.
I can't hear you. You're cutting out.
Can you hear me?
I didn't catch a word of that. It was like it blanked out.
Weird. Can you hear me now though?
I can now.
Okay. Kumar would be because Kumar is the one with the bong and the plan. Kumar is the reason. He's usually the reason why they're getting into trouble, and Harold's the straight man.
Yeah.
Right. So it would be funnier if we reversed the roles, which is what you're already doing. That's funny. Where now Kumar's the one who wants the wedding to happen. He's the normal guy. He's the straight man, and Harold's the instigator. He's the one getting into the shenanigans and breaking up the wedding. And then the all is lost moment is Harold being like, I don't want my daughter to get married to you. And then Harold was like, you're not the same. Because the only reason to do a movie like this is to do a very especially with the Karate Kid guy, the Cobra Kai guys, which you'll discover the whole theme of Cobra Kai is you're not the same guy you were 20 years ago. So it's a logical place to take
I mean, I absolutely see it being a thing where Kumar has the nerdy son, the straight-laced nerdy son, and Harold has the because I think this would be funny, the hippie bong-loving stoner rocker kind of daughter, she's
something the kids
she's into the straight-laced one, the son of Kumar or whatever, and absolutely, I see it being a thing where
it writes itself.
Where one of them is happy to have the marriage and one of them is not,
it
writes itself. I'd be shocked if it wasn't some variation of that.
Okay. Wait, what?
Share with the class.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry, this article was confusing. Okay, so here's the headline, Jordan. Netflix is rebooting beloved 70s sci-fi show. What do you think that show is? Keeping in mind, it is a beloved science sci-fi show, so it is a popular one.
Star Trek.
That is a 60s sci-fi show. Nice try. Try again. You get one more guess.
It was on the air for years in syndication. It would have also been popular in the 70s.
No, but it's not. No, wrong. Go again.
I don't know. What shows? Danger Will Robinson?
Oh, you're close. Except for Netflix already rebooted that. But you got the right idea.
I'm struggling to think of sci-fi shows. Is it live action?
Yes. I'll give you a hint. I'll give you one hint.
Yeah, please do.
I'll give you one hint. Will Ferrell was in the movie that was based on this show.
Land of the Lost.
Yep, there you go. Yes, they are rebooting Land of the Lost. And where I got confused was the headline said science fiction show, and then this article was like, they're working on a reboot of Little House on the Prairie. And I went, that's not science fiction.
Little House?
Little House on the Prairie is not science fiction.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
I read down a little longer. It was like, oh no, it's the Land of the Lost. Which, I've never seen the original, and my only frame of reference for that show is that Will Ferrell movie, which was bad.
Yeah, you keep cutting out, and I can't tell if it's just me or if it's also the... Hold on. Oh, I didn't catch it.
I read down a little longer. It was like, oh no, it's the Land of the Lost. Which, I've never seen the original, and my only frame of reference for that show is that Will Ferrell movie, which was bad.
Yeah, it's just on my end. Okay, that's annoying. Sorry, there's points where it's like your mic is peaking or something. For me, just for me.
Weird.
It's fine on the stream, but for me, there's moments where your audio just stops, and I can see your lips moving, but there's no sound coming through on my end.
We gotta get off Discord. It's the only thing that tells me. We got to get on Zoom and off of Discord.
Yeah, Land of the Lost.
Land of the Lost. My only favorite reference is that bad Will Ferrell movie.
The Will Ferrell movie, which I don't remember being very good, and I seem to remember our mutual friend saying was not anything like the original.
Yeah, it was nothing like the original show. Next story. That Supergirl movie. It was going to be called Supergirl Girl of Tomorrow or something. I
think I remember you mentioning something about that.
They have changed the title. It is officially now just Supergirl, which makes sense because they did the same thing for Superman. Stop giving these movies dumb, stupid, confusing subtitles.
Overly complex names.
Right? Just Supergirl's just fine. Supergirl. It's fine. Supergirl.
It's fine.
I'm pretty stoked for that movie because it's got what's his face's Lobo, and that's pretty sick.
I am indifferent until I see a trailer.
This is fair. And then finally, Jordan, because this news has gone on for way too long. It's almost been an hour already. I sent you another trailer, Jordan. I want you to do your best to describe to me and the audience sorry.
Oh, yeah, right.
So, Jordan, I want you to describe to me and the audience what happened in that Toxic Avenger trailer. Why is that so hard to say? Go.
Toxic Avenger.
What?
So you had Peter Dinklage, and then I guess he falls into some sort of vat or something. He becomes like a toxic man. And then there's just a lot of gratuitous.
Aren't all men a little toxic? Am I right?
And then there's just a lot of gratuitous violence, which looks like fun. And he's like a green sludge man. I think he's like Toxie or something is his name. From what I gathered of the comments section, it seems like he's a very well-recognized character that I should know.
No.
I had no idea who he was.
He's from. That's actually fairly accurate. You pretty much nailed it. I actually also watched this one because I saw a clip of it on TikTok and I was like, "What is this?" Yeah, no, it's an old trauma movie that's super violent.
Trauma?
Trauma's like old B horror and comedy movies.
Oh. So like a Frankenstein.
No. I can't think of a good comparison. But they're like Lloyd Kaufman.
Like a Dracula?
No, because those in the day weren't B movies. But they're a D grade. I can't think of a good example of a good trauma movie.
Godzilla.
No. Trauma movies, it's a company. They're just really they're really like gross exploitation films usually. They're movies that the cinema stop would do. But yes, the old one was really violent and really graphic, and it was pretty much this. And I'm told that this is a pretty spot-on adaptation of it. I like cartoonishly violent movies, and it's funny to me.
It's giving me real Deadpool vibes.
Yeah. Well, it's just what's interesting to me. I saw not to get political, but
whoa! We don't do that shit here. Except for when we do.
There's
like when they're related to movies.
There is a person.
Is this related to a movie?
It's related to Snow White. It was like a lot of people were getting upset with Peter Dinklage, where he was like, we should get rid of the dwarves because they're a bad blah blah blah. And then a lot of dwarves were like, well, thanks for taking away that job from me, Peter Dinklage. Like, fuck you. And Peter Dinklage kind of was like, well, I think we can do, not to use the word regular, but like just not like cartoonish, like, you know what I mean? And
not caricatures.
And that's what this is. Like this is just, he's just a guy. And I'm like, yeah, this is maybe what they were talking about when they were like, not every role needs to be little person number 3. Like, hey, we can be the leading guy in a movie. I just thought that was interesting. Whereas, like, yeah, the action sequences look fun. It is sufficiently violent, and it was quite amusing when he tore that guy's throat out. That was fun.
Yeah, it looks like fun. I'll watch that.
I'm probably gonna contrive a reason to watch it on the show, and watch the original, because I hear it's also really gross.
I understand.
Probably when
I understand.
Probably when we do weird. I'm thinking about doing weird, but I'm also gonna make you watch something gross. Weird revenge, I think is what I'm gonna call it. And I'm gonna make
weird and gross.
I'm gonna make you watch something really, really gross.
Weird and gross.
To get my sweet vengeance for you making me watch The Fly.
Yeah, well, maybe I'll find another weird and gross thing to make you watch.
That's the news. So the sponsorship of today's show is our good friends. It's not the link. It's not in the description right now, but it will be going in the description after the show's done. This week's episode is brought to you by Vizard.Ai. Vizard.Ai is a really useful AI editing software.
How useful is it?
Well, we could literally take today's show, and its deconstructed glory, and put it into the thing, and it'll pop out a bunch of clips for you that you could batch export. I don't. I usually trim them down to about a minute, and then I move some stuff around. But it is made making shorts really fast and really easy and really quick. I just put a few couple tweaks.
How fast, how easy, how quick?
Oh, I mean, down from an hour to 10 minutes, 5 minutes at most. All I really do is just throw a few quick edits on there, and then boom, it's done, nice and easy. It also,
and where can they find this awesome product?
It also will give you a grade or rating on the virality of the clip it's selected. And I can't say that it is accurate or not accurate, but I will say that all the ones that it has predicted as being highly viral have done incredibly well. Since I've started using it, we have jumped up well over 100 subscribers and a bit. It has really helped the performance of our channel a great deal, and it has made my workload significantly lighter. So,
would you say that correlation equals causation?
I will not say that, and I cannot say that. But if you click the link in the description, that will be in the description later. You get I think you get a discount. You might not get a discount, but certainly it lets them know that we sent you. And if you're a content creator, it will help you a ton. It will help you a ton. So that's, yeah. Use the link in the description below. Let them know Spur of the Moment sent you.
Hey.
That's it. That's the sponsorship section. On to the main topic of the show, which, yeah, the news ran really late today because we had a lot to say about that one thing.
Hey. About things and stuff and things.
But today is...
we are talking about...
Today is Pick a Director, where we have each selected a director. And because it was my birthday on Thursday, I picked my favorite director of all time, Mr. Kevin Smith. And I shall be talking about a selection of his films. I feel a nice wide selection, start from all the way from his very first movie to his most recent movie. I was hoping to complete his filmography. I was unable to do so. I still have 2 movies left. And Jordan has selected...
I did Ron Howard.
Jordan selected
Ron Howard. He looked cool. I tried to pick a fairly wide breadth of his stuff. And we're going to talk about that.
Mr. Richie Cunningham himself. Richie... Is Arthur Cunningham?
I don't know what you're referring to.
Hold on.
I don't get the reference.
Hold on.
I don't know what are you trying to say?
Hold on.
What are we doing here? Are you confusing me? Am I confusing you?
Who did Ron Howard play on Happy Days?
Oh.
My browser is
Go
just
on.
being fucky. It's just not loading shit.
Well, all right then. So, Justin, do you want me to go first?
Richie Cunningham. He played Richie Cunningham. Yes, you can go first.
So it's funny that you talk about that because I'm pretty sure the star of this one, Henry Winkler, was in fact on that show that you were previously referred to.
He's the Fonz.
He might have played a very important character on that one show that you brought up.
The Fonz. Who's the Fonz?
But that's not what we're talking about now. I'm talking about Night Shift, which is a 1982 American comedy film, was directed by Ron Howard. spoiler alert, all of these movies were directed by Ron Howard. So I don't think I need to say that again. Get that through your immaculate skulls. So in this movie, Henry Winkler is, playing a role alongside a fairly young Michael Keaton. Because that's the thing I kind of. Michael Keaton was in a number of the movies that I watched this week. Because I guess him and Ron Howard were tight.
Tight.
But
were they tight?
So
like a tiger
in this movie, Winkler's character is like he doesn't like to be stressed out, pushover kind of character. He originally worked as a stockbroker, but it was too high energy for him, so he got a nice, quiet job at the city morgue. And then he gets moved to the night shift, and that's when his new partner, Michael Keaton character, shows up, and he has to train him how to do everything. Meanwhile, Henry Winkler has this real, pain in the ass of a girlfriend, neurotic girlfriend. So, anytime she stays over at his place, before he's allowed to, make out with her, she's like, go check the apartment, make sure nobody's here. And meanwhile, Henry Winkler's one of his neighbor is a prostitute, who he starts developing a friendship with, and then Michael Keaton's character is like, well, hey, I have an idea for making money. Your next door neighbor who's a prostitute, his because at the beginning of the film, her this is how her and Henry Winkler meet. Her pimp dies, is killed, and so then she's there at the morgue to be like, yeah, no, that's the body, that's him, and that's where she meets Henry Winkler, and then they find out that they're neighbors, and that's how that whole friendship is formed. And then, yeah, over the course of the movie, Henry Winkler and Michael Keaton end up taking on all these girls as their pimp, and running the business through the morgue. And they make a shit ton of money, and then they buy the prostitutes, because he's working as their he invests their money, so they go out and do their thing, and he takes 10% of what they earn as their quote unquote pimp, but legally he is their investment broker. So that's how he's making money off of them, and then he legally is going and taking that legal money, because the entire pitch to them is, if you go through me, you can have health care and dental and benefits, because legally speaking, they are paying him to be their insurance broker or something to that effect. Anyway, and so then at a certain point in the movie, he uses the money that they've given him to buy them. I think it was like a fast food restaurant, which they then have a legal way of distributing their money that they're earning through nicer clientele and charging more money for now, because they have nicer dresses and look nicer. And yeah, it's and then Henry Winkler makes the mistake of rule number one of falling in love with one of his employees, who is his neighbor, who is the prostitute. All
right.
And it's fun. It's a fun movie. I enjoyed it. It was a very young. I don't know how young he was at the time, but a young Michael Keaton. And Henry Winkler is I think in terms of age-wise in the movie, is supposed to be in his 30s. Which I'm it's always weird when you see a character that like Michael Keaton, for example. I recognize him as an old guy.
Yeah, right.
So it's weird to see them when they're young.
Oh yeah, they used to be young.
Oh yeah, weird. They used to be my age. Whoa, that's weird. Am I old now? But yeah, that's the Night Shift. It was 1982. A lot of these, a number of these took place in the 80s. It was fun.
Okay, so let's begin. Let's begin our journey into the mind of Mr. Kevin Smith. Now, my history with Kevin Smith, we're going to get into it as today's show goes on, as we get through my various pieces. I did not do this in any particular order. So, you're going to hear Kevin Smith's history in fragmented and disjointed pieces. So, my first movie is a film called Zack and Miri. And I don't know if I can say the rest of this on YouTube, but I'm going to say it anyway. Make a Porno. Starring Elizabeth Banks and Seth Rogen. Much to my surprise, directed and written by Kevin Smith. Now, I knew he directed this, obviously. That's why we're here. But I didn't know he had written this. Because he goes through a period in his career where he's done with writing his own shit. Where he is upset and angry at Hollywood. Where he is bitter at how unsuccessful he is and where he hates himself. This is where this started. So, for those of you who have never seen Zack and Miri, I guess I'll begin by asking, Jordan, have you seen Zack and Miri Make a Porno?
I have not.
Really? You would think the name would have been, and my tacit endorsement of it would have encouraged you.
No, because young me at the time when you originally watched it, I believe I remember a conversation between us where you said the name, and then as an aside we're like, and despite the name, they do not in fact make a porno.
No, oh wow, I can't believe I would have said that to you. They definitely make, I mean, they don't finish it, but they definitely make it.
Maybe you were making a joke at the fact that they didn't finish it. See, I don't know, but I have distinct memory. I have a distinct memory of that conversation.
Because I feel like you have, because we've definitely made the double. There's a joke about the double Dutch rudder, and that's where this is the movie where we've made that joke to each other before, and that's the joke for this. The double Dutch rudder, for those of you who don't know, is where I put my hand on my junk and someone else grabs it, and then they. And it's, they're not touching you. You're touching yourself. No?
I don't remember that. I don't remember making jokes about that. I remember the brain.
That's funny.
Does this look like a brain to you?
Does this look like a brain to you? But yeah, it to me it's a funny movie. I did laugh a few times. Or if I've ever yelled at Huck It, Chuck It, Football, it's come from this movie. Huck It, Chuck It, Football! Jason Mewes is super funny. He's in it as this guy named Lester the Molester. But okay, so since you haven't seen it, the plot of it is Seth Rogen and Elizabeth Banks, and they're roommates who have been friends for like years since they were kindergartners, and they go to their high school reunion, and they're broke. Everything's being shut off. They're like having showers at Seth Rogen's workplace. Like they have no power, and they talk to he winds up running into what's his face, Justin Long, as he's playing a gay porn star who's there with a guy that Elizabeth Banks has a crush on from high school, played by Brandon Routh, and they discover that they can make a bunch of money if they make a porn, and that they want to make a porn that's like one of those old school like parody porn. So it starts off as a Star Wars porn, and then it eventually turns into I won't say the name, but it's basically based around working at a Starbucks basically, and the thing about Kevin Smith as a writer is he does it. I enjoy his writing. Like there's points where I enjoy his writing, but he's very much one of those like what he has to say is on the paper kind of writers. But there's times where you're unsure if he's self-aware. So like I forget his name, Daryl from The Office, Will something, the black guy from The Office.
I know who you're talking about. He's also in a Hot Tub Time Machine.
Yeah. He's Seth Rogen's coworker, and who's working there until his disability check clocks in or whatever. And there's a joke where a guy walks up.
Craig Robinson,
thank you. Yeah, he walks up And guy orders coffee. He's like, coffee, black. He's like, yeah, what about it? White. And it's like, that's the whole bit, is like everything everyone says is like racist. And then he turns to his Indian boss and calls him Gandhi behind his back, which is like equally racist. So it's just like, is he aware of the irony behind the guy who's accusing everyone else of being racist being a racist? Like, is he aware of that irony? I don't think he is. The other thing is, I don't know if I'll probably mention it again, but he has friends, and so the thing about Kevin Smith, and you asked me this question, is all of his movies, he predates the MCU in that he's kind of one of the first guys to have a connected universe in his movies. So all of his movies... View Askew. Yeah, the View Askew verse. So all of his movies take place in the View Askew verse. Not all of them, but a huge chunk of his movies take place in... And so he has...
Most of them.
Most of them, yeah. So he has different friends, and they all play different characters. So, like, I counted. So Ben Affleck, for example, plays 5 guys. 5 guys. So in the View Askew verse, there is Ben Affleck,
burgers and fries.
There's the Ben Affleck who is from Mallrats. There's the Ben Affleck who's in Chasing Amy. There's actual Ben Affleck, and there was one more. Maybe it was only 4. And there's one other guy. Same with Jason Lee. Then there's an angel who happens to look like Ben Affleck. And it's the same thing with Jason Lee. There's like 4 different versions of Jason Lee, and they all look the same. So there's 4 different people in the View Askew-verse who all look like Ben Affleck. So this movie, Kevin Smith expected to be his big kind of break into mainstream comedies. Because up until that point, he was really just kind of an indie guy. He did indie comedies and indie dramas, and he was kind of like, he wasn't really all that big. Like, that's the thing that movies nowadays kind of forget, was like, you used to have movies where you'd make them for $5 million, and then they'd make $25 million, and that's what Kevin Smith's were. And movies like that don't really exist anymore. Like, you don't have a movie where you can make it for a really low budget and then it makes decent money. Like, that just doesn't happen anymore. So this was the movie he thought was going to break him into the mainstream. He thought this was the movie that was going to be huge. And it did, as he put it, Kevin Smith numbers. Which is like, when you look at it, it did okay. It reviewed okay. It did okay. The performances are good. Seth Rogen is funny. Like I say, Jason Mewes he's a really funny character. And it just didn't do well. So this is the movie, it failed, and he went, fuck that, I'm not going to write movies anymore. So this is the movie that, I don't know if you remember Cop Out, the one with Tracy Morgan and Bruce Willis. No, we saw that one. We definitely saw in theaters, but he didn't write that. He just directed it, and that's what led to him directing a bunch of television. That's kind of what led him to becoming the podcast guy. Was this movie? He thought it would be his mainstream comedy. Also, the other interesting thing about this is, for whatever reason, he has wanted to make this movie since the '90s. So like, just he's always, like, apparently at one point.
When did it come out?
This came out in 2008, 2009. Yeah, like apparently at one point he was going to do a Mallrats sequel that was going to be about. He's always wanted to make a movie that was about making porn. Like, ever since the '90s, he's had this on the back burner as something he's been writing. So
random, but okay.
Yeah, completely random. It's also ironically, in my opinion, not the most problematic movie I watched this week. That's the other thing. It's a lot of his shit he wrote in the '90s, and a lot of it is not aged great. I understand. I think that's Zack and Mary. I don't think there was anything else I wanted to mention. No.
Anything else? Going once?
Yeah, Jeff Anderson's
going
another
twice?
one. Where it's like Jeff Anderson, the guy who plays Randall. He's in this as the camera guy. There's a lot of really funny jokes that I can't say because they're really nasty. But it's the number one thing about Kevin Smith that's amusing to me is, like, you expect him to be the get a load of this shit, the really dirty guy, and he's really not. Like, he's at his best when he's not. He's kind of like James Gunn in that way. Anyway, I've
always viewed him, and maybe this is speaking to my limited I haven't seen all of his movies, but like I always saw him as like the Harold and Kumar level of humor, like PG-13.
He wants to be that. Well, he wanted to be that. That's what he wanted to be. Well, not P. Well, Harold Kumar isn't PG-13. Harold Kumar is an R-rated movie.
What? I can't hear you.
Harold and Kumar is not PG-13.
Well, that's the juvenile kind of like that's what they give off.
They're an R-rated comedy though. But yeah, he's more an R-rated guy, and that's just not. We'll get to it, but that's just not where he's at his strongest. It's not my opinion. But anyway,
well, I say PG-13, but anyway.
Yeah, those are.
To me, no, but that's what Kevin Smith is PG-13.
Oh no, Kevin Smith is not PG-13. Kevin Smith is an R-rated comedian, 100%. Well, in the sense that for us, he would be 14A. Because it's language mostly. He doesn't really do anything over. He does. He is an R-rated guy. But,
anyway, so thing that I sort of discovered about Ron Howard this week is he has a few niches, which he got like two niches basically that he slides into.
Boy loves his historical dramas.
One is whimsical kind of fantasy kind of thing. And the other is historical, like accurate dramas, basically.
Yeah.
And there is a third category which I'm kind of I've slotted a couple of his things on his list into, and that's things that I would never have thought he would have directed.
No,
that's the third That's the third category, which basically encompasses Solo. And all of the Robert Langston movies.
To be fair to Solo barely has any of his juice in it or on it.
That's why I say it doesn't feel like a Ron Howard one. Anyway,
that's because it started.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Save that comment for when we're actually on that segment. But this movie is Splash. Have you ever wanted to see Have you ever wanted to see Tom Hanks fall in love with a mermaid? Basically, have you ever wanted to see like a live action Little Mermaid before the live action Little Mermaid came out?
I mean,
this is basically that.
I can't say that I would have. No.
This is basically that because it's a mermaid comes onto land and falls in love with a human who doesn't realize that she's a mermaid until the very part way through the movie where whoopsie poopsie you discover she's a mermaid and he loves her anyway. And the movie literally ends with him in the water as Tom Hanks with legs and her the mermaid tail under the water as the credit rolls. And they're swimming below the sea. And I don't know what the plan is. Like, does she keep breathing into his mouth so he doesn't drown? Or what? But that's just how the movie ends with him and her swimming and looking at the stuff below the sea as he's a human and she's a mermaid.
I mean,
but yeah,
she's a mermaid.
This movie's fun. It's funny. It's fun. It's on Disney Plus. It was a fun fact that I learned. It was Touchstone's Pictures' first film.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah. Oh. Touchstone was a label created by Walt Disney Studios, so they could release more mature movies.
Oh, interesting.
Which is why it's on Disney Plus.
Interesting.
But so yeah, no, it's I mean, yeah, there's scenes when the mermaid girl is first on land where she doesn't know what clothes are, so she's walking around bare ass naked at the Empire State Building. Lady Liberty.
Statue of Liberty.
And she's bare ass naked, and then her and Tom Hanks end up falling in.
Is she bare ass naked?
In love, and
the bare ass.
She has to learn. She has to learn how to speak English from the television, and it's fun. It's a fun little movie.
Why is she on the Earth?
Because as a kid, she saved when she's young. And Tom Hanks was a kid, she saved him from a shipwreckage scenario. And so then years later...
She was like a little girl mermaid?
Yeah, and he was a little boy.
Gotcha.
And then years later, she comes to Earth. Yeah, he's 8 years old. He's taking a boat tour or whatever.
She's like, I want to see how your man parts fit with my fishy bits.
something like sure, yeah, no, it's a weird way to say that, and I'm gonna not address it. But yeah, no, basically they end up together, and it's cute but weird.
It's whimsical.
Yeah, that's a word.
It's a whimsical time. So okay, so two things happened, post Zack and Miri, with Kevin Smith, and that was
he became a cult classic.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he became a podcaster, and he developed a whole podcasting network. He really pioneered the podcasting. He walked so we could run, and so he created a whole network called Smodcast. And the other thing that happened on Zack and Miri is he met Seth Rogen, and Seth Rogen taught him how to smoke weed. And so he used to get high and podcast a lot.
It was an important lesson.
And him and his co-host would bullshit a lot. I know that might not seem all that familiar a concept to you, George. But
I would know nothing about this bullshitting that you're talking about.
The difference between them and us is he has a lot of money, rich friends, and a lot of fans. And one such podcast episode became a movie called Tusk. Tusk is based on a letter that they read on one of his episodes of his podcast, in which a guy offered free rent to a boarder if he dressed as a walrus.
That's stupid.
So Tusk is a horror movie, kind of in the vein of like a Human Centipede. Body horror movie in the vein of Human Centipede about Justin Long is a podcaster who does a podcast with Haley Joel Osment called the Don't Flag This YouTube. Seriously. The Nazi Party.
Don't be a dick, YouTube.
Don't be a dick. I'm not actually saying the word. It's the Nazi Party, spelt Notsee, Nazi. And
God,
they're kind of like
flag for that.
They're kind of like a shock jock, kind of Howard Stern-esque. This is well before we knew what podcasts were, when they were kind of just sort of still radio shows. Kind of podcast where they pull up like viral clips and they make them famous, and then Justin Long goes and interviews them. So they've pulled up a clip where it's essentially a parody of remember the Star Wars kid?
That guy?
It's a parody of that, but instead it's the samurai kid, and he slices off his arm. And Justin Long's going to go interview him, but the kid has samurai sworded himself. They never actually said, but he because of the online bullying has hurt himself. And
got it.
Justin Long sees in this cafe advertisement to go listen to this guy's stories or whatever. He's like, oh great, it's a freak, perfect, because Justin Long's whole thing is he's an asshole. He's just a fucking asshole. That's his whole bit.
Most Justins are.
Then most of them are. And so then it turns out that the guy that they're going to meet, he's crazy, and he drugs Justin Long, and just basically his backstory is when he was in the army, he was stranded with a walrus, and he fought the walrus off and was able to escape and go live his life. And he feels like in order to make it up to this walrus, he needs to turn people into the walrus. And so he not genetically, but he like through surgery like amputates Justin Long and sews him into this walrus suit that's made out of human skin.
It's pretty fucked up, Justin.
And conditions him to believe that he's a walrus. All while his girlfriend and co-host, who his girlfriend is cheating on him with, try to find him. And it's really fucking weird, as if that hasn't come across yet. It's a super weird movie.
Yeah, it sure sounds like it.
Yeah, you're kind of like, man, this sure sounds like something someone wrote while they were stoned. Because it is.
Or otherwise inebriated, yes.
Because it is. Fundamentally, if you remember what this is, like, it's not grosser than the Human Centipede. It's trying to be that, but it's not that gross, because I just don't think Kevin Smith is that gross in his heart. He's not that disgusting, so I just don't think he can write something truly all that reprehensible. That's not to say it isn't disgusting, because it is. But the performances are pretty good. Justin Long is actually surprisingly good. Once he gets into the suit, he is sufficiently, like, there's a point where he's screaming in pain, and like it's all really good. He got really lazy when he started to get high.
We've all been there.
I sure hope Kevin Smith never sees this. But no, this movie is really lazily directed, where it's just really excruciating and agonizingly long monologues from characters, and all it is just shot, reverse shot, shot, reverse shot. And I was willing to be like, because I watched this early in the week, I was kind of ready to be like, man, he's a way worse director than I remember him. But for movies I saw later, I'm going to dispute that claim. But yeah, and it's okay. There's a really weird cameo early on where Harley Morenstein from Epic Mealtime is there with what is easily one of my favorite lines of all time, which is, you Americans may be red, white, and blue, but we Canadians are red, white, and never blue, eh? That I think it's funny.
Yeah.
That was funny. It does
Canadians, we may be red, we may be white, but we are never blue.
We are never blue, eh? I will say, like, compared to Yoga Hosers, which was just, using my country as a joke and as a prop, and it was agitating, this is less frustrating. This was less bad. But the weirdest cameo is in the middle of it. For no reason, Johnny Depp is in it.
Like the actor?
No, he's playing a character. He's in weird prosthetics and like hair and makeup as this French Canadian detective. I can't remember what his first name is. Something Lapont, and he's been investigating. Okay. He's been investigating the serial killer, the evil guy, and the guy playing I forget the actor's name, but he's really good. He's really good. Like he's really unsettling. Some of his monologues are quite upsetting. Like it's like, if you remember what it is and you don't take it to, like, the costume is really stupid looking. Like, it doesn't really look all that real. The ending is kind of upsetting because I'm gonna spoil the ending, but he doesn't get out of the walrus suit, so it ends with, like, he now believes he's a walrus and he's in a zoo and he won't, like, face the girlfriend and the friend. And she's like, at one point in the movie, she's like, the one way you could tell, that the thing that separates us from the animals, that you could tell gives us our humanity, is we cry. And you see, as they're leaving him in this zoo, you can see he's crying. And it's like it's actually kind of effective. And yeah, like, there's a point where he, like, amputates Justin Long's legs, and Justin Long is sufficiently obviously upset by that. And, like, just his performance is, like, it's legit good for what it is. Like, as long as you kind of take this for what it is and don't, that's the thing with Kevin Smith movies, I think, is, like, in the moment, I think maybe people are kind of expecting more from him, or expecting it to be more than it is. But, like, if you take this for what it is, which is, like, a really silly B grade, like, goofy horror movie, it's really good, and it's kind of effective. I don't think it's definitely not his best movie, and it's definitely not the best movie I saw this week. But, like, I think his movies are always better than people give him credit for. But also, like, this was kind of like, oh my god, this is an hour and a half, and this probably is already too long. Like, there's so many scenes of characters just, like, talking forever, and all it does is cut back, cut back. But yeah, anyway, that's his descent that's the beginning of his descent into horror movies.
Well, all right then. So, we previously touched on it. You were starting to say something about it, but Solo, a Star Wars story. So, yeah, watching this, it did not feel like a Ron Howard one, not in the same way that all the other ones did, anyway.
Well, that's because there's two real reasons for that. Number one, it didn't start off as a Ron Howard movie. It started off as a Lord and Miller movie. He came in. They were fired. I want quite a ways into production, so he rejigged and fixed and moved stuff around. So like, it didn't start off as this project. And second reason is it's Disney.
Yeah, but the Mermaid one was also Disney.
Yeah, but this is Star. This would be like if he came into
this. I would say this is mid 2000s Disney, which is a different Disney beast.
Yeah, he wasn't given. They have a formula. They know what this movie has to look like. It's sort of like the Marvel formula. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like, exactly.
He needs to fit into a certain
wheelhouse.
Not wheelhouse, but a cookie cutter formula. Like a certain thing he needs to fit into. It's got to look like the other Star Wars movies. It can't have its own identity. Not to say that I don't know that Ron Howard has a specific identity per se, but
he has two identities. He has historical documentaries or whimsical fantasy.
Yeah,
those are his typical typical niche corners.
But my question is though, like,
that's where I say this doesn't really fit into either of those two.
This is a good place to ask that question, because for me, I can put on... okay, I guess that's not true. No, okay, that's not true. But, okay, I'm going to make this statement, but it's sort of not true. But I can put on pretty well, any of these movies, and you'd be like, that's a Kevin Smith movie. Can you do that with Ron Howard? If you were to put on any of his movies, would you be like, oh yeah, this is a Ron Howard movie?
Can I do that specifically? Probably not.
Royal you, audience.
Can a royal audience, would they be able to look at this and be like, this is a Tim Burton? It has a distinct style? I think if it fits into one of the two categories, yes.
Yeah. To be fair, yeah, this is
like it. Yes, I definitely, as I watch these movies, most of them anyway, I can tell that it's a Ron Howard movie.
I will say that. It's not coming to me right now.
It feels different, for example, than when I watched Bob Zemeckis one.
Because I think you watched because there was a time I watched a Ron Howard movie for the show, and I went, this feels like a Ron Howard movie, and then I opened it up and it was. So I will say that has happened to me before, where I'm like, yeah, this give me, especially with the, he really likes to with I guess we'll get to it when we get to the Apollo 13. But the historical epics, he likes softening harder features of history, I find.
Yeah, he makes it more palatable. I only really have one of those, which is Apollo 13, because most of them were like documentary style.
I still maintain though that Darth Maul cameo.
If we were ever going to do documentaries, I didn't want to burn through a bunch.
I see. My thing with we got away from talking about Solo, but my thing with Solo is it's just not good. It's just it's got no spirit. It's dark. It's the only. I mean, it's got good elements. Like I maintain Donald Glover Donald Glover as Lando is phenomenal. He is legitimately good.
See, it's funny. He's my least favorite thing about this movie.
But he is so good. He's nailing Billy D. Williams. Like the impression is. If you want an impression, it is a phenomenal impression.
I mean, yeah, that's fair, but my thing with... Okay, so, I'm going to dissect this. This is a rapid fire, so I'm not going to deep dissect this, but I'm going to do a loose dissertation.
Certainly better than Han Solo. I think Han Solo's before. He's just not enough like Han Solo for me.
Let me talk, please. So, my thing with this movie is and this has kind of become my thing with Star Wars in general, is... If I compare it to the original, it's gonna drive me crazy. Much like it did with the Obi-Wan show. If I look at it as a continuation of the original thing that I like, I hate it because it doesn't do it for me. I don't look at this Han Solo and think, yeah, I see him turning into Harrison Ford. I don't see that. I don't see that.
He's not going.
So that's where at a certain point, at a point with these movies, with Rogue One, with if I ever watch Andor, with Ahsoka, I have to view them as Elseworld stories that don't connect to the original. When I watch them in that light, they become more palatable. Because then I don't have to look at this Han Solo and go like he doesn't become Harrison Ford. I just view him as this version of Han Solo. And so in that regard, when I watch it in that light, I don't like that he's like the original Lando Calrissian. I want him to be his own thing. I like that he's his own version of Han Solo in this because I'm not comparing it to the original. I'm watching it just in this version, and I like the way that he plays this version of the character. I don't like how they play Lando.
There's not devoid of things to like. I still think it's the worst cameo in all of Star Wars.
Oh yeah, no, it is. I hate the fact that the older I get, the more I hate it. I hate the fact that they brought back Darth Maul. I loved Darth Maul as a kid.
Yeah.
I dressed up as him. I had a double-bladed lightsaber. He died in episode 1, and in my heart of hearts, he's still dead.
Yep, he's absolutely still dead as far as I'm concerned.
Like, there's nothing. I like the Clone Wars show. Them bringing him back was like, that's the thing that I hate the most about that show.
The number one thing that like it's funny because I said that once. I said it on it was one of Jake's podcasts where I said that cameo is the worst cameo in all of Star Wars, like hands down. It's the worst cameo because it's incoherent. It's incoherent because like they're like, oh, but you know you know
actually,
that's
the one in Rogue One. I believe it. Wait, was it in Rogue One when you find out that he's alive? Because I believe the one in Han Solo, because this is technically a sequel. This is supposed to be a sequel to Rogue One. It's part of
Darth Maul is not in Rogue One.
Are you sure?
Yeah, absolutely positive. He's not in Rogue One.
Because I remember there being maybe. I mean, I know he shows up in this one, but I remember there being one. I remember there being one before this where he's sitting in the chair.
The one where he's in the chair.
And in this one he stands up.
Oh.
And he's pacing around.
Yeah, no. This is the only one. He's not in Rogue One. That I can tell you for sure. The only character who cameos in Rogue One is Darth Maul, and that horror. Not Darth Maul. Darth Vader. And that horrible Tarkin and Leia. But the CGI Tarkin and Leia, but that's it. This is so far as mainstream audiences are concerned, this is the first time they've seen him since episode 1. So you're like, what the hell? How are you?
It's terrible.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's completely. But I know I said that on a podcast once where I was like, it's the worst cameo in Star Wars because it's incoherent. It doesn't make any sense. And one of them went
in terms of the movies.
One of them went. Well, no, but you know that he's from, but no, regular people who are just watching these movies are like, and the movie knows that you don't know who he is because that's why he lights his lightsaber for no reason. She has no reason to light his lightsaber because she knows who he is. The only reason why he does that is because the audience doesn't know who he is because they're like, wait, didn't he die the last time he was in these movies?
Yeah. But this was supposed to be the second Star Wars anthology, so this was supposed to be a sequel to Rogue One,
and it bombed horribly.
It did not do well.
Nope.
But I don't think it's the worst Star Wars thing.
Oh God, no! I don't think it's the worst Star Wars thing. But no, like we said on our episode with Jake, check that out. It bombed horribly. It's the reason why they haven't been to the movies, and it's the reason why the first movie they're gonna do in like 10 years is gonna be that Grogu Mandalorian movie, which I give you. I've seen footage of it. Actually, looks kind of fun. I will say.
Which one?
The Grogu Mandalorian movie.
Oh, I've seen nothing for that.
Oh, I've seen some footage. It actually looks fun. It's really high energy and frenetic. Like it's got kind of like a in terms of how smooth it is, like a John Wick kind of vibe to it. That's what it really reminded me of. I'm actually kind of interested in that. That's kind of fun.
But yeah, no, that's Solo. I didn't. Again, if I view it as its own thing, it doesn't bother me. Is ultimately that's my summation for a lot of these Star Wars things.
Yeah.
Is like when I try to think of them as a connected universe, it doesn't work for me. When I watch them as individualized stories, it makes them way more palatable.
Oh, it's like I said, they just exist to sell you other shit. It's frustrating. Anyway, that's it for Solo. Han Solo.
That is it for Solo.
So Kevin Smith's next deep dive into the world of so-called horror movies. I don't know that I would consider this a horror movie. Was a movie called Red State. And this is where I was like, well, if I put this on and I don't necessarily know that you'd be like, this is a Kevin Smith movie. Because it doesn't... He also wrote this, which shocked me. I didn't know he wrote this. The one funny thing about Tusk I forgot to mention that you might get now that you've done this enough, but Tusk was produced by A24. A24,
isn't that the animation room door that's in all of like Pixar stuff?
No, A24 is they're the film company that makes all those Oscar nominated dramas. So like they made the movie that got Brendan Fraser his Oscar. Like they're associated as like high class indie dramas. Like that's their whole bit. So them producing that movie is wild. Anyway, Red State. So Red State is okay, hold on. There's some interesting background on that one, so I'm just going to quickly pull up I'm going to do what you do and pull up the wiki. It's about it's really confusing about what it's kind of really who it's really about. But it starts off, it's about three boys who want to have sex. It's what they want. And so they hire this older
I don't
woman.
think you're allowed to, I don't think you're allowed to talk about that on YouTube.
I don't know. Oh, the other unfortunate thing about Kevin Smith, the thing that makes his movies age the worst, is they're
inappropriate jokes.
Not even the inappropriate jokes. A good portion of them are produced by Harvey Weinstein.
Ooh.
Yeah. There's a lot of them are like, thanks, Bob, or brought to you by Harvey Weinstein, or produced by Miramax. Yeah, and you're like, ooh.
Yeah, I don't know Hollywood, and even I know that's a bad thing.
Right? Michael Parks. That was the name of him. So, I can't remember. Sorry, hold on.
Ugh.
So, Tusk came out, based on Smodcast number 259, 2014. So, Red State came out. 2011. Oh, interesting. Okay. So, Red State came out first. So, three boys. They want to hire a lady to do them. And they show up, and it turns out that this lady is part of an evil cult of people that are similar to, do you know the Westboro Baptist Church?
Yes, I know the Westboro Baptist Church.
They're like the Westboro Baptist Church. 5 Points Trinity Church is what they're called, a fanatically conservative church. And they're like the Westboro Baptist Church in that they protest funerals and they're like the gods hates whatevers. They're like that, but they're more extreme. So they kidnap these three boys and keep them in cages and make them watch them execute this one gay guy. And it's like the whole movie is about like, okay, we need to escape this crazy evil conservative church, and it's not really all that well directed. It's trying to kind of be an action movie, but like Kevin Smith isn't really exceptionally good at directing action. He's not really good at creating tension in a scene. He's just overall not very good at least in this one, because this is 2011. By the time he gets to Tusk, there are some legit tense scenes, but in this one, there's no real tension. It's just really clear he's got something to say about the Westboro Baptist Church and fundamentalists, like conservatives who are like super right wing. He's got something to say about them, but it's a little hard to parse from the guy who wrote a ton of homophobic shit in the 90s. So like, it just doesn't feel sincere, but he's clearly very angry at these people because he writes them to be particularly awful. Michael Parks, the guy who plays what is their leader, Fred Phelps. He's basically Fred Phelps, who's the leader of the Westboro Baptist Church. He's essentially him. And then, so that's all happening. You think it's like about the boys who are trying to escape. But then John Goodman shows up as like part of, I can't remember the acronym, but it's a particular branch of the American government. the AFI, I think is what they're called, ATF, the ATF, and they've been watching and monitoring this family, and they show up, and they accidentally kill 2 out of the 3 guys, and by the end of the movie, the 3rd boy, so the boys who you think are the main characters just kind of die halfway through the movie, and then the main character is all of a sudden John Goodman, who is part of the AFI, and it then all of a sudden becomes a take on the Waco tragedy, or the Waco assault, or however an American would characterize it. It just becomes a take on that. And being that I didn't know anything about that, I kind of do now. But the vibe this movie gives is whatever happened at the Waco tragedy was bad, because this movie paints the government as being kind of cruel and like incompetent. So they show up at this farm or whatever, and they kill one of the kids, and that leads them to believe that the church is attacking them. So they get orders from the government to kill all of them and make it look like they fought back. Even though some of them are kids and women, they're like, kill all of them. So at one point, a woman bursts out, and she's trying to be like, look, we just want to get out. We're not doing anything. We're not, whatever. And the government guy like gives her a gun and then shoots her to make it look like she's resisting.
Well, that just sounds entirely too accurate as to what's currently going on in America currently. So I think we're broaching too close to reality here.
It was weird. It was weirdly. But it's just one of those. It becomes a decidedly different movie, and I'm kind of hoping you're getting the vibe. It doesn't really sound like a horror movie anymore.
It sounds more like a
political drama, right?
Yeah. I mean, I was gonna say I could see it being horror if they went like The Purge, a la The Purge kind of route.
But it's not really that, no. And so then the movie ends with
like if you made it where it's like it's so over the top that it becomes like comical, then it swings back into that more horror kind of feel.
It's really,
to me, horror movies are one of two things. They're either like super scary, like they're trying to be scary, or they're like, Saw, The Purge, like over the top, kind of not really scary.
Or even like I would say a horror movie where it's like, oh, this is real, or this is like Black Mirror, where it's like this could be real, that kind of horror.
Yeah.
This is not that. So then the government is about to kill all of them, and they're trying to escape. And I guess the horror movie is now the government are the horror guys because they're killing innocent people. I don't know. But then out of nowhere, they hear like French horn, like angel horns, and all of the crazy Christian religious people drop their guns and walk out, and they're like, oh, it's
rapture me, bitch,
pretty much, and the John Goodman's like, we could kill you all, right? And he's like, go for it. We're going to go to heaven anyway, even though they definitely would, because they wouldn't, because, like, thou shalt not commit murder. Although there is an interesting line of dialogue where they do morally justify all the murder they do to themselves. That they're basically
we're sending them to God.
No. The reasoning is they're not human, therefore they're not subject to the commandments of the Bible like we are. Like, okay, I suppose that's a way to justify it to yourself. But anyway, so they all run out and they drop their weapons, and then the movie does a hard cut to John Goodman in front of a like a tribunal or whatever, like a court in court basically, explaining what happened after that. Like, they all surrendered and we all sent them to jail. And the people are like, you directly disobeyed orders. Like, this turned out well, but like you directly disobeyed orders. Like, why did you want us to kill all of them? And he's like, because fuck people like that. Like, fuck them. They're all assholes and they suck and they deserve it. Like, fuck them. Off the record, fuck them. And it's like, this is clearly like Kevin Smith more than any director and writer is very much like, these are my opinions in my writing. So then it's like, oh, so what was with the horns? Like, it wasn't actually the rapture. He's like, oh no, it just turns out that it was the neighbors who were running a grow up they were tired of the church people hassling them, so they decided to pull this weird and randomly timed prank on them to fuck with them. And it just happened to work out that way. Like, well, that's odd. That's a real weird coincidence. And then you find out that, no, that's the alternate ending. The original ending was that the rapture actually happened, and it turned out that the bad guys were right the whole time. And, like, yeah, that's a significantly worse ending. Apparently they tried it at test screenings, and it didn't test out. And it was like, yeah, because that's a bad ending. It completely undermines the whole movie and makes the movie. Now, there's nothing in this movie prior to that to suggest that anything supernatural is going to happen in this movie. It's very strange. Yeah.
There's honestly, a reason it didn't get used.
I say this with love because, like, a lot of my criticisms are coming from a place of, like, especially for ones that are going to come up. I understand you're not the same person you were 20 years ago, so obviously thoughts and minds and stuff change. But, like, yeah, this is like very much every comedian goes through that phase where they're like, I need to be taken seriously as an artist, and this was his attempt at it, and it's probably his worst movie. Like, I think it's probably his worst movie. But yeah, it was not good.
I understand.
It was not good. And it put me in a, like, oh man, I'm really not looking forward to the rest of this week kind of mood. Anyway, that was Kevin Smith attempts to do horror.
I understand. So, this movie was going to be a have not seen, but I realized I didn't have too much to say about it, so it's now downgraded. It's called The Paper. So, Michael Keaton works at this newspaper, and he's, like, I guess an editor of some sort. So, at the beginning of the movie, these two black younger people are in the wrong place at the wrong time. They're at this car, and on the car, these two white businessmen were found murdered in the parked car. And so all the other papers and stuff, like the police are apparently covering up evidence that the teenage suspects are innocent. And all the other papers are like looking to go with, you know, the typical and tried and true these guys did it story. Meanwhile, Michael Keaton and his people, Michael Keaton in particular, is like, no, something doesn't feel right here, and like uncovers and you know, the scoop and stuff. And meanwhile, there's this other editor who's also at his place, who's a woman, who she wants to go with the, oh, your last report didn't sell papers, we should do what I want, it will sell papers kind of mentality. Meanwhile, the actual editor-in-chief has, I think it was testicular cancer.
Oh, no.
Some sort of cancer.
Ball cancer is the worst kind of cancer.
It was some sort of cancer, anyway. So then, yeah, by the end of the movie, the girl boss is like, oh, maybe what I did was, because Michael Keaton has proven that you know, it was a cover up, and she's like, I don't care, and she's gonna print the other one anyway, and then she has a change of heart, and they print they get the scoop and they print the new one, and because of them, the kids are let go and proven that they're innocent, and it's a happy ending, and I think Michael Keaton also has a pregnant girlfriend or something, and she was a reporter, and it was a real movie. It was a definite movie.
It was a real movie of a time.
You know, it's basically supposed to be 24 hours in the life of a news person, and it was fine. I don't know. I will say, it was the least Michael Keaton that Michael Keaton has ever felt to me.
Fair enough. Was it whimsical?
It would fall into that category if I had to put it in one.
Is it the worst?
I don't know about worst. It's a tough sell when I'm comparing it against Solo. I feel obligated to remove Solo from the running because that doesn't feel like a Ron Howard movie.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Like
I
it just
suspect like
doesn't.
diehard Ron Howard fans would probably agree with you on that. Are there diehard Ron Howard fans out there?
I don't know. If they are, they'll probably come for me.
I mean, I don't know. You haven't said anything bad about his movies yet. If anything, Kevin Smith is going to see my unenthusiastic review of Red State and be like, I don't want to be that guy's friend. I would say really nice things about other movies. Some of these were a genuine surprise.
I think my thing with this movie is it's kind of boring.
Yeah,
like enough. It's not my favorite. Yeah, I would put it near the bottom, definitely.
Fair, that's fair. Yeah, no, like Red State. I would say is sorry, Kevin Smith. Red State, I would say is a bad movie. Like the rest of these, Justin, I'm willing to say.
You don't know him personally. You can't call him
Mr.
Kevin.
Smith.
He's Mr. Smith to you.
Mr. Smith, I'm sorry.
You think I'm gonna go and be like, hey Ron, how's it going? No, it's Mr. Howard.
That is.
I don't know him.
That is fair. Mr. Smith. Yeah, Red State.
He's older than me. You gotta show due respect.
It's probably his worst movie, I think. People would probably say Tusk, but it's just like.
No, if I ever saw Mr. Smith, I'd be like, here you go, Mr. Smith.
Does he still do
that? I don't know.
That'd be rad. Anyway, is that it, Jordan?
That's it.
So okay,
that's the paper.
The next 3 movies in no order are technically Kevin Smith's first 3 movies, but for whatever reason I've opted to do this out of order. So movie number 3. Actually, I think this is in reverse order. Actually, that's funny. That was unintentional. His 3rd movie he ever made was a movie called Chasing Amy, and it is
Does he catch her?
He does not. I don't know. It's kind of confusing. Based upon Jay and Silent Bob reboot, yes, but no. Anyway, it's just Kevin Smith's first movie. It is one of Ben Affleck's first movies. I think it's not Jason Lee's first movie, but this is when he started to work with like a lot of the same people. Joey Adams is in this as his girlfriend. But it's Ben Affleck and Jason Lee, our 2 best friends and co-workers. They work together on This Is the Origin of, you may recognize these names, Jordan, Bluntman and Chronic.
Bluntman and Chronic, I recognize those names.
They are the creators of the comic book Bluntman and Chronic. And it is quite popular, and they're doing comic book conventions or whatever. And they run into one of these conventions, a woman by the name of Alyssa, who is, sad to say, a lesbian. They make that very clear. She's gay. She's gay for women.
Good for her. Good for her.
And her and Ben Affleck become friends, and they slowly fall in love. And Jason Lee doesn't like that because Jason Lee is jealous, and he says a bunch of homophobic shit because it's a Kevin Smith movie from the 90s, and that's just what they do. And they also, but he's not really a homophobe because they've got a mutual friend who's gay, who like. So the big thing, a lot of people are like, oh, this movie has aged poorly because they don't address they never address Alyssa as being bisexual, because spoiler alert, you find out midway through the movie that it turns out she did date a bunch of guys and she's just been dating women lately, and she participated in a 2-dude threesome when she was in high school, which has earned her the nickname Finger Cuffs. And Ben Affleck is really sensitive about this because he is from Jersey and hasn't really done anything. And so at the climax of the movie, in order to resolve the conflict between him and the girl and Jason Lee, who is upset that he has been with this girl, and also that he won't commit to doing a Bluntman and Chronic cartoon, which the guy who plays Dante in Clerks, and I can't remember who the other one is. I think it's Randall, but it's the 2 of the Clerks guys show up, and they're the guys who are offering to buy the cartoon. And yeah, so he won't do that. So in order to resolve these conflicts, Ben Affleck suggests that they have a 2-dude threesome with Jason Lee and the girl. He says this will bring them closer together intimately as both friends and lovers. And
sure.
And he's like, yeah, you're the reason why you've been so jealous is because you're in love with me, Jason Lee. And then he kisses Jason Lee, and Jason Lee's like, maybe? And she's like, no, for all sorts of reasons. No. They don't wind up together. The partnership between him and Jason Lee break up. Jason Lee goes on to be successful as a comic book artist in his own right, and he makes Chasing Amy. And the big part of this is the weirdest part. It's all right romantic comedy, but the weirdest part is, and this happens a lot, Jay and Silent Bob show up, and they completely stick out like a sore thumb. They show up out of nowhere to collect the money from the comic, the residuals from the comic, and Silent Bob does the Chasing Amy monologue, which is you're chasing Amy, and he does this big long monologue. And it feels weird, because they feel like characters from a completely different movie. Like, you're like, this is odd. Especially because, like, this eventually connects to Dogma. There's actually a comic book that's a prequel to Dogma that explains what happened to them after they leave this movie and wind up, because this movie ends with remember how they had the monkey in Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back? They're walking around with the monkey.
Yeah.
This movie ends with sorry, I think that's Mallrats. That ends with them having the monkey. And so this movie explains how there's a comic book, I should say, that explains how they wound up from this movie in Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. No, Dogma, I mean. How they wound up in Dogma. Because randomly they're not in Jersey in Dogma. They're on a bus randomly. So, the movie, there's a comic book that explains that. The most problematic bit in this, in my opinion, is there's a gay character who's got a really long, really vitriolic monologue about lesbians, and about how, like, they don't count as real gays and how they're fake, and like, yeah, and it's not. I'm not gonna make any aspersions on any of them, but I will say that I have heard from bisexual women on the internet who say that lesbians.
Personally?
Well, people that I've watched, videos I've watched, TikToks and whatnot. I've seen them say that like lesbians can be really mean to bisexual women. Like bisexual erasure is a thing. Like they can be really cruel, and a lot of what he said matched that. And I read about the actor who was playing this character, and like he is gay, so like maybe this was coming from a place of truth. I don't know, but it felt slightly not homophobic, but like bigoted. It felt
not okay.
Yeah, it felt not okay. Also, every character in this movie smokes. It's bizarre. Like every character, there's just scenes where they're all just smoking. You're like, this is weird. Was there anything else about Chase? This used to be my least favorite Kevin Smith movie. I used to say it was his worst movie. This is the movie that everyone says is like. He said this is the movie he'd point to when we'd be like, oh yeah, I make good movies, or I make real movies. Like, this is the one, like, it won a bunch of Spirit Awards. Like, this is the one that's critically acclaimed. I used to say it was his worst movie. I don't think that anymore. But I'm like, I just...
So you're saying opinions change.
People
can grow.
People can grow.
Things can be different.
I did enjoy this more this first time. But yeah, the last time I watched this, it was after I think I'd watched Dogma, and I was on a real Kevin Smith kick. And yeah, I have changed my opinion on it. It is not the most problematic bit in one of these movies. We're going to talk about what is probably the most problematic bit in one of these movies. That's Chasing Amy.
I understand. So.
Sorry. I do want to say one more thing. No, we'll save it for Dogma, because there was something I have to say about Jay, the character Jay.
All right. So I watched a movie called Parenthood. Have you heard of Parenthood?
I've heard of none of these movies.
All right. Well, this one.
I keep hoping you're going to get to one I've heard of. Oh wait, no, actually, I might have heard of. No, I think I'm confusing it with Meet the Bride.
This has got Steve Martin. It's got Tom Hulce, Rick Moranis, Martha Plimpton, Keanu Reeves, Jason Roberts, Mary Steenburgen, and Diane Weist. It's an ensemble movie. So basically it follows each, ensemble. And so the overarching story, there's a few different ones. Steve Martin's family is like the parents in that one are worried that the way they're raising their kid is causing their kids to have problems and stuff. Rick Moranis and his wife, the wife wants to have more kid. Rick Moranis doesn't, and he's raising her their daughter to be like a machine, and the mother doesn't love it. And then the one character has like a kid that he barely knows how to handle, and he's like the screw up of the family, and
the rest,
and it's about following each of them and seeing them grow and stuff, and they're all etc., so on and so forth. It's fine. It's a fun little. This falls into the whimsical side, I would say.
Who is the main character? Is the main character Keanu Reeves?
No, it's an ensemble cast, so nobody is really the main character. It's sort of about all of them.
Oh, I see.
If I had to give one person the main character role,
who's given?
I would probably
who's given BME, Jordan? That's of course big main character energy.
I would probably say Steve Martin, who's the dad of the one family. But like I said, it's an ensemble cast, so it's kind of about all of them.
All right.
So etc., so on and so forth. Interesting. Apparently, the film was adapted into an NBC television series.
Huh. Interesting.
The first series was canceled after one season, the second series ran for 6 seasons.
Huh. Well, all right then.
So that really just further strengthens my point that there is really no one that's the main character. It's an ensemble piece because this apparently became a show where I'm guessing it focuses on each of the families.
All right.
Well, they're all technically one family, but like the one wife and stuff is like the sister of Steve Martin's character. So that's where I say if I had to pick someone that's the main character, it would probably be Steve Martin's character.
All right.
Yeah, it was fun.
All right. So who is Keanu Reeves? Just some guy's boyfriend?
Keanu Reeves is the so I think it's Steve Martin's sister has a daughter, and Keanu Reeves is that daughter's ends up being husband.
No.
Because they elope and get married, and then she gets pregnant, and Keanu Reeves in this movie is really just Bill. Ted?
Does he?
Bill. Which one is he in Bill and Ted?
He's Ted.
Is he Ted or is he Bill?
He's Ted.
Ted. He's Ted. He's just Ted in this.
Does he know Kung Fu?
No. But it's really funny because there's a part where, because one of the arcs of the story is the mom character that Keanu Reeves is dating the daughter of also has a son, and the son is very unhappy and wants to go live with the dad, but the dad is ultimately a disappointment. And so like Keanu Reeves' character, there's this one scene where he's talking about how he was giving like advice and stuff to the son, and he has this really astute moment where he sounds smart all of a sudden, and she's like thank you, and that's when she kind of has a turning point and starts to like him. But it's fun. It's a fun little movie.
It's a romp.
But that's my last rapid fire.
All right, so my final rapid fire. My final rapid fire is
rapid fire.
Rapid fire. This is Kevin Smith's second movie. Now, this is the sophomore slump as it was described at the time. This is the movie he chose to follow Clerks with, and his big thing was it needs to be bigger. So he's like, what is bigger than a convenience store? A mall. And so this movie stars Jason Lee. Once again, Jason Lee is in it. And some other guy whose name I don't know. His name is TL, I think is what the character's name is. And he is in love with this one girl, and he wants to go on vacation and with her to Florida, where he intends to propose to her. And I think they're about to graduate from high school. And she says she can't because she has to. Her dad who his Rooker. He's Yondu in Guardians of the Galaxy. Michael Rooker. He's the dad, and he's a producer of a television show, and he is making this dating show, and he wants her to be on it, and she has agreed, and so they break up, and through a series of misunderstandings, it winds up on the news where it seems like he's in a shootout with some people, and so they break up, and he's upset. And Jason Lee breaks up with his girlfriend, and she's upset. And Jason Lee is really into comic books and whatnot, and going to the mall. And so they wind up at the mall, and it's basically their trying to, it's their shenanigans, misadventures, what have you, at the mall. At one point, there's a security guard who is giving them the business, who they're in conflict with. Jay and Silent Bob are there. And Jay's kind of a different character than he was in the Clerks 1. He's kind of a different character. He's more silly. He's got catchphrases. This is where Snooch did the booch comes from, stuff like that.
Snoochy Boochie.
Yeah, that's where all this comes from. But they're drug dealers. They're general disruptors. So they're friends with Jason Lee and with not the main guy, but they're friends with Jason Lee.
With the titular mall rat,
yeah, the mall rat, as you will. And I should mention, Jason Lee is in conflict with Ben Affleck, who is the manager of a certain high-end fashion store, and he is currently dating Jason Lee's ex-girlfriend, and he has vowed that he is going to do her in an uncomfortable place. And the joke is, where? The back of a Volkswagen? And it's a joke that clearly Kevin Smith is very proud of, because he says it, multiple characters say it multiple times. And it hits a moment where it stops being funny and then starts being funny again. It's one of those jokes. But yeah, they hire Kevin Smith, Jay and Silent Bob to destroy the stage. And there's this really funny running bit where Silent Bob is trying to psychically move the cigarette with his mind, and it culminates in him like he's trying to do something on the stage, and he accidentally moves it. Oh, there's another really funny character. It's the actor Ethan Suplee, but you would know him, Frankie from Boy Meets World. He's there as this guy who he's trying. It's one of these images where if you stare at it, sorry.
Party of Broadway World says, well, that just makes me feel icky, lol.
Oh, that's not even the most icky part of this movie. We're going to get to the icky stuff. But Ethan Suplee, he plays a character. Yeah, he's Frankie from Boy Meets World. He's looking at it's one of those pictures where, like, if you stare at it long enough, you see a sailboat. And everyone...
Oh, yeah.
Everyone is seeing the sailboat, but he can't see the sailboat. And so the entire movie is him just staring at this painting. There's this running subplot of him trying to see the sailboat, and people walking up and instantly being able to see the sailboat. At one point, they go to see a fortune teller who has like 3 nipples. All sorts of shenanigans. I'm trying to think, was there anything else that before I get to the big thing? It's all right. It's not as good as Clerks. Some of the jokes involving Jay and Silent Bob, you kind of understand why they became... Jay is interesting because, like, Jay is often presented as being a moron. Like, I would say, you saw Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back recently. Would you say he's characterized as being, like, a moron who is unsympathetic to anybody and he only really cares about himself?
Yeah. Stoner idiot is
Selfish,
the term I would use.
only really cares about having sex. Yeah, he's not really like that. Like he's friends with Jason Lee. Like at a point at the end, they help him do something, and he's like, no, it's on me, man. Don't worry about it. Like he's generally a helpful and kind of reasonably intelligent person. It's interesting.
I mean, my thing with that character is, and maybe this is just speaking to my personal life, is I feel like we've all known someone like him.
Yeah,
we've gone to high school with someone like him.
That's why Kevin Smith always says he's such a funny character, is because, yeah. And the fun fact about this was, initially, I can't remember, I wish I could remember who they wanted him to play. And he had to audition to play Jay. Like, the studio made him audition, yeah. And Kevin was like, but he is Jay. I wrote the character, it's him. And they insisted he audition.
That's funny.
So yes, the icky bit of this movie, Kaylee.
No, Jordan, you have to audition to be the incomparable Jordan. But you wrote the character for me. No, Jordan, I'm telling you.
Kevin wasn't the one who insisted he auditioned. It was the studio that, because the big thing with this
I know, but in this world, in my joke, you were the one who were making me audition.
Oh, I would absolutely make you audition. Yeah, no, it's true.
Yeah, I know. That's the joke.
Where was I going with that, though? Yeah, so the big thing with this is he has the studio behind him now. And a big thing with Kevin Smith is, back in the day, he was like, I'll do whatever the studio says, just let me make my movie. And that makes his movies worse. The big icky thing is, one of Jason Lee's friends is a girl who has graduated high school and is doing a study on...
Sorry, Haley, we have to do the icky. It's part of the show.
It's part of the show. She's doing a study on human sexuality. And the big thing is, she is 15.
Too young.
Ooh, it's too young, and there's so many jokes.
Too young.
There's so many disgusting sex jokes that are levied in her direction. And this movie came out in the 90s, and there's certain times, like in Chasing Amy, where I can be like, it was the 90s. It was the 90s. It was a different time. These jokes have aged badly. But so the big climax of this thing is, in order to win the girl back from Ben Affleck, they find, because she's been recording all of the people she's had sex with on camera with their consent, which is impossible.
And knowledge.
And knowledge, which is impossible unless they didn't know she was 15. But even then, no. And so it turns out that she has recorded Ben Affleck doing her in an uncomfortable place, and they play it on the screen for everyone to see, and he gets taken away for statutory rape. For statutory rape will be adults. For statutory rape, he gets taken away for that, but nobody gets arrested for child porn. I won't say that because that will get me in trouble. That's the weird part. That's the gross part. That's the icky part. She doesn't need to be 15, other than like for him to get for the joke to be about statutory rape. That's such a weird joke. That's not even really all that funny, and the payoff isn't even all that funny.
It's not a joke.
It's not a movie that's devoid of laughter. Like, I did laugh. I still think it's funny. Me and Kevin Smith do have a very similar sense of humor, but it's definitely not his best movie. I'm torn on what his best movie is. It's not the worst. That's still Red State. Red State's just to get that out of the way right now. Red State's the worst movie. It's the worst one. That's the legit bad movie. This I could see what he was doing. I understand. There was a lot of pressure. Clerks was massive, right? So I understand. This is him coming up from the indie. This was him stepping up to the plate. That's Mallrats. Small Rats. It's aged kind of badly. It's aged a little badly. On to have scenes. I promise you the rest of these aren't so icky.
So, my first have seen was Apollo 13. Now, granted, it had been a while since I had seen this, but I have seen it.
I enjoy this movie. It's a lot of men in rooms talking about just talking. A lot of men. It
fits into the Ron Howard likes to do historical side of things.
That felt like a Ron Howard movie. That is all optimism and Gumtree, like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. It's about the aborted 1970 Apollo 13 lunar mission. And I didn't realize this. It's an adaptation of a book.
Yes, it is.
It's an adaptation of the book called Lost Moon: The Perilous Voyage of Apollo 13.
Wait, hold on.
Apollo 13.
I'm gonna take a swing at this. It's either written by the Tom Hanks character, like the real guy who the Tom Hanks is playing, or it's written by the Gary Sinise guy.
The book, you mean?
Yeah, the book. It's a.
You want to know?
Yeah. I'm gonna guess.
The book is by astronaut Jim Lovell and Jeffrey Kluger.
Jim Lovell. Okay, so that is the Tom Hanks character. Tom Hanks, I'm pretty sure.
And Jeffrey Kluger.
I don't know but Jim Lovell. He's that's the Tom Hanks character, right?
Let's find out.
I'm pretty sure. It's the Tom Hanks character.
Yeah, Tom Hanks is Jim Lovell.
Yep, that's what I thought. He's a famous astronaut. He's a pretty famous astronaut.
Yeah, I don't know who the other guy is.
He's probably a ghostwriter who helped him write it.
Oh, maybe. I'm just looking to see if he could be one of the other NASA people.
Oh, maybe. I don't think so. I knew that they had written a book on this, and this movie's fairly accurate to my knowledge.
Yeah, as far as I can, it's technically a docudrama.
It's it's borderline a biopic.
Dramatizing. I see. That's where I always get confused between the difference between all of those things. But yeah, no, it was good, and it was definitely. You feel genuinely bad for the Tom Hanks character.
Yeah, when they come back to Earth, it's genuine. Ron Howard is really good at capturing.
Even before they get back to Earth, when they were up there, there's a portion where they think they're on TV, but all the broadcast networks have cut them because nobody's interested because Neil Armstrong and all of them already did it, and it's
it's where
they're doing their thing on TV, and the wife leans in and at one point or someone leans in and it's like, do they know they're not on TV? And he's like, we'll tell them once they're back.
Yeah, no,
you're like, you feel bad. I feel bad for them because it's like what they're doing. Just because they did it second or whatever doesn't make it any less impressive.
Yeah, well, the human capacity to not pay attention to things when they're happening, current events, the human attention span has always been low. People pretend people not being able to hold their attention on an important thing is a recent thing, but it's always been like that. Just the media machine was a bit slower back then.
It's not even just that it was that they weren't able to pay attention. It's just because, as far as the human consciousness is concerned, in that instance, they've already seen it.
Yeah, exactly.
They've seen it.
Well, no, because initially in the movie that they're invested in them, because they're keeping track of that point you're talking about. They had been paying attention to them being in trouble, and they'd stopped paying attention to them being in trouble. And that's what I'm saying.
No. In the movie, the part of it's supposed to be a big deal that they're going up, and the news doesn't pay attention because they're not in trouble and everything is going good, and then everybody checks in again and becomes suddenly invested when they are in trouble.
Fair enough.
That's when people start caring again because it's like, oh, well, now they might die, so it's sensationalized. But prior to that, the human, the news and stuff didn't have them on it because they weren't pulling the numbers that Neil Armstrong and the first people that did it were pulling because as far as everyone else was concerned, it had been done.
But yeah, when they get back to Earth, when they land, it is genuinely uplifting. I will say that.
Oh yeah, because you don't think they're gonna make it.
Yeah.
You think they're not gonna survive, and so they do, and you're like, oh man,
This is genuinely uplifting. It's getting me right in my soul. It's getting me right in my spirit.
It also was nominated for 9 Academy Awards.
Yes, it was. Yes, this is a very popular movie.
It won the Screen Actors Guild Award for Outstanding Performance by a cast in a motion picture.
Did it? Yeah.
And it won 2 British Academy Film Awards.
Yeah, I think they were all dead when they made this movie.
It had I can't speak to that, and I'm too lazy to look it up. It had a budget of $52 million, and do you want to guess what the box office is?
$100 million.
Ooh, way more than that.
$200 million.
Ooh, more than that.
$500 million.
Ooh, No, too high. You lose. It was $355.2 million
On a budget of what?
on a budget of $52 million.
Really, this was only 50. But to be fair, what year did this come out again?
This was
I
released
know,
June
right?
30th, 1995.
95. Wow, it's that old. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty expensive for a movie back then.
Right? Yeah, it had Tom Hanks, Kevin Bacon, Bill Paxton, Gary Sinise, Ed Harris,
Yeah.
and Kathleen Quinlan.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Yeah,
Screenplay was by William Broyles Jr. and Al Reinhardt.
Yeah, not much happens in that movie. It's really just people in rooms talking for 90% of it.
That's part of what makes it so impressive, though,
Yeah.
and it's not even just the people in rooms. It's what really sells it for me. It really is a testament
performance-based movie for sure.
It is a testament to Ron Howard, Tom Hanks, and Kevin Bacon, Tom Hanks, Kevin Bacon, and Bill Paxton, the guys that are actually in the capsule.
Yeah, for sure.
They're in this tiny, what is essentially
Gary Sinise is also good, though. He's also good.
I mean, sure, but the three astronauts in the tiny little tube.
Oh, for sure, it's a phenomenal performance. Yeah,
you have to keep in mind from a performance standpoint, they're not in space.
No, I know.
So the fact that they're selling it and that they're making you really believe and feel it it's so good.
One of the main guy at Houston as well, whose name has totally escaped me. He's also really good. Ed something.
Ed something. Hold on. Ed something. Ed. Wait, Ed as in character name?
No. Actor. For sure. I'm pretty sure his first name's Ed.
No, it's like Ed Harris.
Ed Harris. Ed Harris is always so good. He is so good in this too.
He's flight director Gene Kranz.
I definitely, the thing about this movie is it's one of those ones, I remember watching it when I was like 15, 16 years old in Oregon, being cynical about it. Same thing with Forrest Gump. I remember going into that movie being a cynical teenager and thinking that it would be crap and being utterly blown away by it. First time I watched it. Be like, this is genuinely really good.
I genuinely enjoyed this one. Yeah. I don't have much more to say about it though.
Okay. Okay, it's time, Jordan. It's time for me to talk about. I think I've removed it. I used to say Clerks 2 is my favorite movie of all time. But I just really found a newfound appreciation for this movie, and that's obviously Clerks. My favorite movie of all time is Clerks. And people, you're going to be like, why Clerks? And I don't know if I've told this story. I've told this story 1,000 times, but I don't know if I've ever told this story on this podcast before. Because I don't know if we've ever talked about Clerks. No, you didn't do Clerks 2, right? None of us have done a Clerks movie?
I think I've done Clerks on here, no.
So Clerks...
I think whenever I expressed an interest in doing one of the Clerks, I believe your statement was always, well, but we've talked to death about Clerks. What new things could we possibly say about it? As if we're not constantly growing older and our opinions can't change, as you're about to prove.
As I'm about to prove. So the reason why Clerks is my favorite movie of all time, Clerks is my favorite movie of all time, is because the first time I watched it was when I worked at the movie theater, when I was in my early 20s, and a coworker at the time was in film school, and he suggested this movie to me, and I was really obnoxious and pretentious at the time, and like I was really into discovering movies, any movies I could, and he was like, and I wanted to be friends with these people, so I was like, he's like, you should go watch Clerks. So I watched Clerks, and this movie blew my mind the first time I watched it, because it was the first time that movies were about people like me. It was the first time I related to a movie. It was because Clerks, for those of you who haven't seen Clerks, is very basic. There isn't much of a story to it, much of a plot, but it's about two gentlemen who work at a convenience store. Well, one of them works at a convenience store,
movie rental,
and the other one works at the attached movie rental place. And it's basically a day in their life. So he gets called in the morning. The main guy, Dante.
He wasn't even supposed to be there.
He wasn't even supposed to be there in the day. But his shitty boss tricks him into going in and covering for the morning. And he agrees to only do it until noon, because he's got a hockey game in the middle of the day. His girlfriend shows up, and it's just them chatting and having conversations in this convenience store. He discovers that his ex, and it's one of those you could very much feel what were clear life experiences, and it goes through like different sort of chapters. You meet Dante's current girlfriend, who is sort of a more free living, kind of easygoing kind of girl, who they get into a discussion about how many guys she slept with, and it turns out that she sucked 65 whatevers. Johnsons. And he gets really upset and offended by that, and he's still pining for this one girl who he's been talking with her, like having conversations, and he thinks they're just friends, and it turns out that he finds out that she is engaged to this one architecture guy, and he gets upset about that, and it looks like he might be get back together with her, so he's kind of cheating on the one girl with the other girl. And yeah, Randall is there, and he's just a nuisance. He causing troubles with the store owner, like or the customers. He doesn't show up to work on time, and when he is in the store, he's giving the customers the business. And but the reason why I related to this so much was it was like describing my life, and it made movies approachable. So it's like, especially now, like I'm watching this movie and I'm like, I could make this. You could make this. We can make this. It's not the camera. The camera is not an expensive camera. The camera work is not the film cinematography. It's not complex. It's in black and white because the budget was low. Like it's a really cheaply made movie. Its strength is in its writing and its relatability. But the moment I was like, oh my god, I've experienced a version of this was there's a moment in the movie where there's the guidance counselors. That's what it was. It was the guidance counselors who have pulled out. They go to a grocery store and they have to find the perfect carton of eggs that are perfect in every way. So they go and they pull out all the eggs and they inspect every individual egg. And then once they find the perfect 12, and they can't take them from different cartons. It all has to be from the same carton. Once they've paid for all these eggs, they paid for all the eggs they've damaged and they leave, because being a guidance counselor is that meaningless. Is the joke. And when I worked at the movie theater, we used to have where we sold pizza, and there was this cabinet where you could buy individual slices of pizza. And there was this guy, he'd come in and he'd like slap his hands on and he'd look for like 10 minutes for the perfect slice of pizza, and it just reminded me of the guy in Clerks. So I was like, yeah, it makes me think of the guy in Clerks. And I used to say Clerks 2 is way more relatable because I worked more directly in fast food. But there's a really funny section. Since I said that, I have worked at a convenience store, or as one half of a convenience store. So like there's a whole section in this movie that's just dedicated to stupid customer questions. And just like ridiculously stupid, irritating, and annoying questions. And I'm like, I've done this for almost 20 years now. I've heard all of these questions multiple times, and I just found it so much funnier this time, where I was like, oh my god, like I've had one of these stupid questions just last week. And yeah, it was like, yeah, I've like the having me and my friend Duncan just having a conversation that you should not be having in front of a customer. Or like my other favorite bit is where they're talking about the Death Star. They're like, the first Death Star, it's all dignitaries and diplomats on it. When that gets blown up, that's whatever. But like they were mid building the Death Star, the second one. Like those guys didn't know what they were like. What about all the construction guys, all the guys building the Death Star? It gets blown up while it's mid construction. Like that's not fair to those guys, right? And then the guy walks up. He's like, well, actually, you know, I'm a contractor, and I had a friend who did construction for like some random gangster, and like he got shot up while he was doing it. So I can say that with reasonable comfortable like certainty that those contractors building that Death Star, they absolutely fundamentally knew the stance they were taking. It's just like yeah, I've had conversations. That's what this whole show is built on, is conversations like that.
Yeah. I mean, just look at Andor.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, this entire show is constructed about having stupid conversations like that. So I'm like, yeah, this thing is so relatable, and it's so well written. And, like, yeah, it's so clever, and it so would not happen today. But yeah, it's easily my favorite movie of all time. I never get tired of watching it. Even when I'm like, oh, man, this might be a little slow. But no, it's nice and short. Also, do you know about you've seen Clerks 1, obviously, yes, right?
Yes, of
Yes,
course I
obviously.
have.
Do you know the alternate ending?
Uh, I
Well,
don't think
well,
so.
we'll end this on the alternate ending. The alternate ending of Clerks is I can't remember how it ends now, but originally how it ended was a mugger or a shop or robber comes in and shoots Dante, and Dante dies, and then
Oh, that's dark.
and then Silent Bob comes in and steals a pack of cigarettes and leaves. Um, and that was changed.
Kind of glad they didn't do
Yeah,
that.
they changed it because they felt it was too dark. I can't remember. If it was at a test screening or whatever. But yeah, the joke being that it's supposed to follow up um, the conversation Dante and Randall have earlier in the movie, where Randall asks Dante, "What's your favorite Star Wars movie, or Empire or Return of the Jedi?" Because this movie comes out before the prequels. That's the other funny thing is there's a lot of like in Mallrats. There's a lot of moments where he's talking to Stan Lee, and like he doesn't recognize what Stan Lee looks like initially,
Yeah,
because
it's before all the dozens of cameos that he
right,
was
it's
in.
before he's really well known. Same with comic books. This is before the MCU, and so there's a lot of kind of funny fortune telling references. But yeah, so this guy, so he's like, "What's your favorite Star Wars movie?" He's like, "Empire," because Empire has the down ending, because that's all life is—a series of down endings. And that's supposed to be a joke on that, where it's a down ending. It's a series of down endings, but I guess it was two down. And then they wouldn't have been able to make all the rest of them. And yes, obviously, this is the appearance of Jay.
I mean, to me, the way that if you were going to go that ending, the way you soften it, yeah, to make a joke of it and make it funny, and call back to it more directly, is you have it where he gets shot, and then Randall comes in and goes like, "Man, and he wasn't even supposed to be here today." Well, he did say, he did say that he liked Empire down and like directly call back to it. Like he goes out the way he loves.
But that would be a tad on the nose.
I don't know about the referencing the Death Star or the Star Wars thing, but definitely to me the way you soften that ending
so
is
callous.
have Randall come in and be like, "Man, and he wasn't even supposed to be here today."
So callous if Randall came in and said that,
which would be so on brand. Or if you have Jay come in.
Yeah,
come in and be like,
"Well, I guess that's supposed to be."
Bitch kept saying he wasn't supposed to be here today, even, yo.
Yeah, the other thing with this, obviously, introduction of Jay and Silent Bob. Another one of my favorite jokes is where they're in, this random one where they're talking to this girl, and they've got the guy there like, "Do Berserker, it's funny." Va da va da 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 Berserker. It's funny every time. But that funny bit about that, there's a bunch of scenes of Jay and Silent Bob dancing like really well, and when they were shooting it, Jay wouldn't dance because he was nervous. He was super, but he's like, "That's just what you." That's apparently the reason why the Jay character is like this is because that's just what Jay was like. Because when he first met Jay, he was like apparently like 15 or like a teenager, like a kid. He's known him since he was like a kid, yeah. And so it's like, "Yeah, you just gotta like dance like you normally do." It's like, "I'm not doing it." So they had to like wait till the very end of the day, completely clear the set, and then do it when just turn the camera on and go and do it when nobody was around. Because otherwise,
he got too self-conscious.
Yeah, he would get too self-conscious, which is why all of the dancing scenes take place at night. And I want to mention the budget because
it had like nothing for a budget.
It had nothing, and the amount of money it made is obscene. But yeah, it easily my favorite. It's my favorite movie. It's my favorite movie because it's the movie that made me love movies. Like, it's the movie that made me love talking about movies. It's because that was like, yeah,
the movie making procedure,
the whole process of it, just the whole existing in that universe. It's the reason why I want to exist in that universe. So yeah, so the budget was $27,575
Wow.
And it was $230,000.
Less than $100,000.
$230,000 in post production, and it made $4 million. But shit like that doesn't happen anymore. Like in today's Hollywood, everything's got to make multi-billions, and it's like, no, man. Like, we need to bring back the like $5 million budget movie with modest budget movie that makes, or like $1 million movies that make $30 million. Like, I think that is what's gonna save Hollywood, is movies like Kevin Smith. Anyway, that's Clerks. Justin's favorite movie. This is also going to be a YouTube video.
So,
I already know what's going to be a YouTube video this week.
So, okay, my second half scene, was Inferno, which so
Inferno!
in the Robert Langdon movie series, it's the third and final movie. In the Robert Langdon book series, it's the fourth book.
So this isn't the one with Ian McGregor and he's the Pope or whatever.
No, that's Angels and Demons.
Right.
That's technically speaking the first book.
Right.
But the second movie.
Right. Okay. I'm
so in book order, it goes Angels and Demons, which is the one that you just mentioned, the Da Vinci Code. Then there's a third book which never got made into a movie called The Lost Symbol.
Yet.
And then there's Inferno.
It never got made into a movie. Yet.
True. Although I'd be surprised if they did at this point. But so this movie, okay. So because it's an adaptation, I have to look at the original source material and say, was he the right director for this movie, and do I blame him for the directorial choices, or do I blame the writer, because this was written by someone named David Coep? Do I blame him for fucking up the second half of this story?
Yes.
And I can't decide, but because that's the big thing with this movie is it's fairly true to the book until about halfway through, and then it completely and wildly diverges. So, for those who don't know, Inferno, Robert Langdon wakes up in Florence, Italy, I believe, and he has amnesia. He doesn't remember why he's there. And over the course of the story, you find out that he's trying to stop this virus that from being released. This virus that was created by a famous futurist, David Zobrick, I believe is the character's name. And he's trying to stop this virus from being released. Now, in the movie, they arrive at the location with enough time to stop the virus, and they stop it from being released, and it ends on this note of hopeful, like, peace and serenity, and like everything's gonna work out well, and it's all good, and yippee-ki-yay, which makes it feel like it fits into that fantasy, like the fantasy wonder that Ron Howard is known for, because it ends on this really happy note, right? And it kind of misses a lot of what makes the book the book. Because in the book...
It's a series of down endings.
Well, in the book, you find out, like, they arrive at the location, and you find out that David Zobrist, or whatever, the dude, planned ahead, and this virus was actually released a week ago. So they're way too late. It's been in circulation for a while, and the entire point is that of the book and the story and stuff is that he's concerned with overpopulation, and that character's thing, and another character later on's thing is bold actions have to be taken in order to save humanity. You have to be willing to sacrifice part of it, that kind of thing.
Is it one of those bad guys where they have a good point up until the ending when the movie realizes the movie needs a bad guy?
Kind of, but well, you're supposed to think that, and it's one of the so it's one of those
big genocide.
It's no, that's the thing. And that's what makes the book so much better. Is it's morally ambiguous. Like, it can be argued either way. So what his virus that he creates and what did get released does is it makes part of humanity sterile. Doesn't hurt anybody. Doesn't cause any damage to the existing humans. All it does is it makes it so that a portion of humanity is sterile. So overpopulation is solved. People can't breed as fast. That's all it does. Right? So it's this question of, because one of the characters, Sienna, she was a follower of him, and she flips and at a certain point is trying to stop the virus from getting released. Whereas in the movie, they turn her into just a bad guy, like she's just trying to release the virus. And in the book, she ends up joining the World Health Organization doctor person to help try and come up with a cure to reverse what David Zobrick has done. But that's what it ends on. It ends on this note of should they? Because if they do, then the breeding rate goes back up. Humanity keeps overpopulating the planet and everyone dies. If they leave things as it is, humanity has a slower birthing rate. Humans still exist. Nobody in existence is hurt. Like, nobody that's currently alive is hurt.
So it's
the moral question of, should they fix it?
So what you're saying is... It's
a bad adaptation.
The book is more morally ambiguous, because... Star Trek sounds!
Yes?
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Star Trek sounds!
I don't hear anything.
This goes on for just way too long.
I don't hear anything at all.
Now it's stopped.
I never heard any of it. It didn't play any of those noises.
That's okay.
For me. But yeah, so yeah, that's my big thing with this. And it was the same thing with the
It
Angels
does sound
and
like
Demons,
they kind of completely changed it. But yeah, again, I remember
a
similar thing about... But also, the Da Vinci Code was like that too, where it changed a lot of the... Took a lot of the... But that kind of seems like Ron Howard's thing, is he defangs the meat and the teeth of
that's where I say that this falls into that third category of things that I don't think Ron Howard had any business being a part of.
No, I don't think so.
Because I mean, yes, the other two also follows that problem where it changes too much, but this is the most egregious. Like, this is the worst of them.
I've heard that. I've heard this one wasn't very good.
I mean, there's probably a reason why they didn't do a fourth one.
There's probably
considering there is a fourth story, and now in development, which comes out in September, I believe it is. There's going to be a fifth one now. He's working on a fifth one.
Of course there is.
Which I will have to listen to. But yeah, that's Inferno. It's not very good. I mean, it's fine, but it's
So you know what I realized?
Well, that's why when you were like, is that other one, the newspaper one of the worst ones? No, I think this is just because by nature of how much it changes from the original story.
Yeah, fair enough.
Though, to be fair, the original story is like it suffers all book adaptations where it's way longer and it can be more nuanced and in depth.
Exactly. So you know what I realized? Unrelated, behind the scenes thing. I brought my tablet out to charge, and I realized I forgot to do that.
That sounds like a real you problem.
Dang it. I'm kind of mad at myself about that. That's okay. My next one is arguably, in my opinion, I think it's probably his best movie. Although I really like...
Well, that's a bold statement. He's got a bold statement going here.
I really like Clerks, okay? I do. I love Clerks. Clerks is probably my favorite movie of his. It's my favorite movie of all time. But my next one, Dogma, which is currently being re-released in theaters. I think he's doing a tour with it. Dogma, for the longest time, was being held captive by Harvey Weinstein. They couldn't get a proper Blu-ray digital release because he owned all the rights and he would not sell them back. And then he recently did. So now Kevin Smith, I think, owns the rights to it again. But, Jordan, have you seen Dogma?
I don't think so. But maybe. But I don't. But I'm not sure. I can't confidently say one way or the other. So I'm gonna go down the middle here and say yawn.
All right, I'll describe it to you, and you can tell me if any of this sounds familiar. But the only reason why I've seen this is a friend insisted that we watch it, and we all very cynically were like, why? And then I didn't really jive with it so much the first time, but in retrospect, I quite like this movie, and like I say, I think it's his best movie. I think it's his best made movie. Dogma is basically the Catholic Church has decided to rebrand itself as being so it can be more popular with the kids and the youth. So they decide to adopt a much more family-friendly image, with leading with the Buddy Jesus, the Buddy Jesus, led by Cardinal, played by George Carlin, and because of this rebranding, they're rebuilding some part of the church, and two angels, Bartleby and Loki, played by Ben Affleck and Matt Damon, get wind that if they become human by getting rid of their wings and walk through this archway, their souls will be forgiven, and they can get back into heaven. They find a loophole in dogmatic principle, Catholic dogma, hence the name, dogma. And they are trying to get back, and they Matt Damon's character Loki thinks that, if I do a killing spree in God's name, that'll make him happy. And so the voice of God, Metatron, played by Alan Rickman, taps what's known as the last scion or something like that. The last, basically what turns out to be the last descendant of Christ, because it turns out that Christ was he had kids basically. So she's the last descendant of Christ, and she gets teamed up with a sort of a fellowship of people, two prophets who are.
Would you say that they are a fellowship of the ring?
No. They're two.
The dogma ring, the dogma ring of religion.
There are two prophets, who are, of course, who do you think the two prophets are, Jordan?
Moses and Jesus.
No, Jordan. This takes place in the viewer's.
Kevin Smith and Jay. Jay and Silent Bob.
Yeah, Jay and Silent Bob are the prophets who are going to help her get back to New Jersey, to get to this church so that she can prevent the angels from crossing this threshold, because if they cross this threshold to get back into heaven, it proves God wrong, that God is fallible, and it will destroy the entire universe. And eventually they run into...
And you wouldn't want that.
You wouldn't want that. And they eventually run into the 13th Apostle, Rufus, played by Chris Rock, and one of the muses, played by Selma Hayek. And Jason Lee is once again there. When I say Jason Lee, you know who I'm talking about, right?
I didn't catch a word of that.
So when I say Jason Lee, you know who I'm talking about, right?
My name is Earl.
Yeah, okay, good. Jason Lee is there, and he's a demon.
He's also in the View Askew verse. He's that guy in Clerks 2 who shows up and looks like Earl from My Name is Earl, and they try to trick him into drinking the gross burger and fry and stuff.
Yeah, he's one of those guys who he plays like five. He's like five different people look like Jason Lee in this universe.
And he's like, somehow I don't think I'm gonna like what I get, and he gives it to Jay and Silent Bob, and they eat it, and they're like, why does this taste like flies and piss?
So he's in it, and he's it's either Azrael or Azazel, but he's there as a demon, and he's got a trio of like evil guys who are
Stooges?
Stooges who are like demons, but they're represented on Earth as
the worst kind of stooges.
Yeah.
Demonic stooges.
They're presented on Earth as three like teenage kids on roller skates with hockey sticks who just beat people up with hockey sticks. And he's trying to prevent them from stopping the angels from doing this because, obviously, big twist, big spoiler. He's the one who has instigated this because Lucifer doesn't want this to happen because it'll destroy the whole universe, and that fucks him over. Obviously, heaven doesn't want it. So he wants it because it turns out he used to also be a muse, and he, when Lucifer rebelled against heaven, joined Lucifer's side. Did you get any of that?
So I heard something about someone joining Lucifer's side.
Yeah, so Jason Lee, Azrael,
join Lucifer's side.
Yeah, so he gets banished to hell, and he doesn't want to be in hell because he says hell's pretty awful. So he is the one who sets the two angels up to go through the arch to destroy all of existence. Because he's like, I'd rather be nothing.
He's gonna send them through the Stargate. Yeah,
because he's like, I'd rather be nothing than be in hell, and I'll take everything with me. And it is a really good movie. Ultimately, the whole thing is they can't stop. Normally God could just like stop this and instantly, but God has gone on one of their constitutionals, as they put it. And it turns out that God is a woman,
God is a woman.
And the reason
it's a shame. It's a shame. He had some really good ideas. Oh gosh.
It's the reason why everyone thinks God is a man is because the muse, played by Salma Hayek, she's the muse that caused them to write the Bible, and in translation, God turned into a man, even though God's a woman. And so, that they all run into each other, whatever, and the angels decide that they're gonna go through anyway, and that fuck it, God can be wrong, basically. And they show up at in Jersey at the church, and they decide they're gonna go on a massive killing spree, because initially Ben Affleck is like, oh, I'm a nice angel, I'm a good guy, and Matt Damon's like, oh,
killing spree.
Because Matt Damon, the whole gag is that Matt Damon is he's the angel of death, and the reason they got banished, their punishment was getting banished to Wisconsin, because Ben Affleck convinced Matt Damon to put down his sword and not kill humans anymore, and so they go on this killing spree and they kill a bunch of humans. Or whatever.
Killing spree.
And Ben Affleck eventually goes crazy, and he's like, yeah, we did what God said, and God banished us to Wisconsin, and the humans get everything, they get all these second chances, and we get like one chance, and if we fuck up, that's it, we get banished, like, this is bullshit. And so he decides, he's gonna go through the gate or whatever, and Matt Damon cuts off his wings, and he is starting to feel regret because he's human, and
to err is human.
Right, and so the whole time, Metatron,
two in the hand is worth two in the bush.
Metatron shows up and is like, God has disappeared like a week ago, because they went on their like morning constitutional, which is basically, turns out God likes playing skee-ball, and occasionally goes down and takes over a human and just plays a bunch of skee-ball and then comes back. And so
what else would one do?
So at the beginning of the movie opens where you see the three goons beat up this random guy with a hockey stick, and you're like, what's the deal with the hockey stick, with the guy? It turns out that the guy that they beat up is God, and that they put that guy into a coma, who's being like left alive on life support, and that's what's preventing God from coming back. So the main girl realizes that God is trapped in this guy, and goes and kills the guy and then frees God. It turns out, Jordan, that God is Alanis Morissette. That'll make Haley happy. Turns out that God is Alanis Morissette.
Okay, that checks out, I'm sure. And
Alanis Morissette does not speak as God. She cannot speak, because when you hear the voice of God, your ears explode. And so
I'm sure that tracks.
She talks to Ben Affleck. Eventually, his wings get shot off, and he's about to go in the thing, and God shows up, and she speaks to him, and his head explodes, because humans can't handle the voice of God. And it's really good. It's well shot. Some of the action looks good. Like, it's not just reverse shot. The scenes don't go on forever. Like, a lot of his movies, scenes go on forever with characters just doing endless monologues. It's not that. It's really funny. It's really clever. It's a shame this thing got buried. I'm really happy that it's having a resurgence, because it's a legit good movie. Like, there is a alternate universe where after he made Dogma, he went on to make a slew of much better movies that he ended up making. Because this is like legit a good movie. Everyone's good in it. Everyone's funny. My only real criticism is, once again, Jay and Silent Bob kind of stick out. Apparently, initially when he wrote it, because he's been writing, initially it was just called God. He's been writing it forever. Apparently since like Mallrats. Apparently he'd been writing it since Mallrats. So he had been writing it for like a while, and initially it was just called God, and he felt like he needed to change the name. This movie was crazy controversial when it came out. Apparently a bunch of church people protested it. There's a really funny clip of Kevin Smith protesting it with the church people, and the news people are like, why are you protesting this? And it's Kevin Smith being like, this stuff is smut. But initially it wasn't going to have Jay and Silent Bob in it. Yeah, it was going to be two different characters, and initially the lead was a male, and it was called God, and it was kind of a slightly different movie. And he's kind of rewrote it, and he put in Jay and Silent Bob, and he connected it to the View Askew verse. And yeah, so this movie takes place in the View Askew verse. It's not the one that closes the book, but it's like the second to last one. And once you're like, wait, God is real, and his friend is literally real, and is friends with Jay and Silent Bob. This came out before Jay and Silent Bob, I think. Yeah, it came out before Jay and Silent Bob, because Jay and Silent Bob closes the book, and then Clerks 2 came out, and it was him reopening the book, I believe. And so it's a little weird. We're like, okay, the supernatural exists, demons and angels and all that exists in the View Askew verse, but like, so like it kind of broadens that world in a way. They stick out. Like there's a bit at the end where you think the main girl has died, and like Silent Bob carries her in, like stoically and sadly, and you're like, 2 movies ago you were like trying to psychically move a cigarette. Like it's just it's tonally for this universe weird. Does that make sense?
I think so.
Where it's like you're like, well, yeah, these characters just they're on a level of fighting demons and shit. Like it feels they kind of stick out. Yeah, Jay in particular, he has a couple of really weirdly empathetic lines where he's not dumb. Like he has a really smart idea where you're like, this feels too smart for Jay because this probably was a different character, but functionally for the script to work, it needs to be here. And the other version of whatever this character was before it became Jay said it, and
it would fit better.
Yeah. It feels strange with this character, especially considering he goes on to be what he is in the Clit Commander or whatever.
Feels more like it should have been Dante and Randall instead of Jay and Silent Bob.
Yeah,
they would have been slightly smart, like more smart enough that it would have been believable.
I guess my point is they feel inserted in. I mean, because they are, but they feel like it. But overall, yeah, obviously it's not my favorite Kevin Smith movie. It's definitely my second favorite. Although I saw like the half scenes are really interesting. I'm really excited for those because they were genuinely surprising. But yeah, Dogma. I think it's his best movie. I don't know. Somebody tell me in the comments of this Dogma video what you think.
That was one of your half scenes.
No, my haven't scenes. I mean, my haven't scenes are really interesting. Yeah, those are really interesting. They're really interesting.
Because those are coming up.
Those are coming up.
Do you have anything else to say about Dogma?
I do not.
All right. So, my first have not seen is a movie called Gung Ho, which in Australia and New Zealand is called Working Class Man, which I think is a better name.
Is that because Gung Ho makes it sound like a slur?
It is definitely a slur. It is a not even a correct slur in this instance, which is kind of the point.
Isn't oh man, I don't want to say slurs, but isn't gung a slur for Korean people?
It's an Americanized Chinese term, is what gung ho is.
Well, yeah, gung ho, yeah, that I know, but I mean, just isn't anyway.
I believe it's a way to refer to Chinese people.
Okay, because I recall a joke where anyway, I'm not Asian enough to make that joke.
But anyways, in this movie, Michael Keaton is yet again here. And
someone needs to make a movie called Michael Keaton is here. Michael Keaton is here.
Well, there you go. That's your goal. That's your life goal now.
I'm sure.
But where he works, he's works at an American car plant. And so the beginning part of the movie, his town is dying. Things have been shutting down, and so he's going to Japan to try and convince this corporation, this car-making corporation, to buy the factory that they all make their livelihood at and reopen it. He does, they do, and the movie is about the American workers learning to work with the Japanese owners, and the Japanese owners learning to work with the American workers, and realizing that they are different than Japanese workers and will not die for the company.
So this movie is about racism.
Basically, yeah.
Gotcha.
And there's large parts where it takes place in the 80s, or it's made in the 80s. I assume it takes place in the 80s. in America, so you can imagine. But it's fun. It's a fun movie. I enjoyed it. It definitely, as opposed to the paper, Michael Keaton feels like Michael Keaton in it. He really does give off used car salesman vibe, and in this car manufacturing role, he really just slides in very well. The point of his character is he's like the Tom Every, or the not Tom Everyman, but like the town, like everybody loves him and everybody just believes what he says, and he's really good at like shelling shit.
Right.
And so he sort of he becomes the middleman between the owners and the workers, where they basically are like, get them in line or you lose your job. And there ends up being this challenge, that the challenge competition, whatever, where the one owner is like, if your workers can make 15,000 cars or something like that by the end of the month, then we'll give them a raise. So he goes to his co-workers and stuff, and is trying to sell them on the 15,000, and they're like, well, I mean, surely there's like a reward if we get close, right? Like if we get 13,000, we'll get like a half raise, right? And he doesn't really he doesn't say anything to contradict that, so they start busting their ass, and he's trying to push for the 15, because like he's like, we get the full raise if we get the 15, and they all think that he's made a deal so that they still get something at 13, and so they're just like, we'll be content with that, and they're gonna half-ass it basically, because that is the American way. And the point that the movie is making is that, like, no, yeah, the Japanese are doing better than us, and they are stronger than us, and they're making more cars, and they're doing better. And so then, meanwhile, the one plant owner or manager or whatever, one of the people under him is the nephew. He's old guy, but still nephew of the actual owner of the entire company, and so then. He's going to get in trouble because he's performing under what he promised, basically. And so then him and Michael Keaton are like I want, Michael Keaton's like, I want us to succeed because my workers deserve a raise, and I want them to do that, and yada yada. And I've kind of become friends with you, Japanese owner guy whose name I don't remember. And Japanese owner guy is like, I want you guys to do well too, because I actually am one of the good ones who cares about more than just the company and cares about my employees too, and I got in trouble for that back in Japan, so like I want to prove that sort of thing can work well. And so him and Michael Keaton come together as friends, and like they're like, as long as it looks done, we can go back in and fix these cars before they ship. And we can continue working on the cars while he's counting the cars, and et cetera, right? And so near the end, because the Japanese owner guy is like, my owner boss guy, I like, he's a man of his word, and I believe in his honor and stuff. And so they're putting together like attaching bumpers with like one screw instead of the 5 that they're supposed to. Like the weather stripping, they're not like actually gluing it in, they're just putting it in so it looks done and stuff like that, to make it look like they've done 15,000, cutting corners wherever they can. And movie ends, and the owner dude is going through and checking them all, and things are coming off, and like Michael Keaton does this whole speech and about how like the American people are good and yada yada yada, and then the Japanese big owner boss guy is like, you make me laugh, I like you, everything looks good here, and he leans into the friend Japanese owner guy and is like, we're gonna obviously fix all these cars before we ship them, right, like make them good and everything. And the guy's like, yes of course. It's like, the count is good and everything looks good, and I'm gonna give you guys your raise. And that's kind of how it ends, on a happy note. As an aside, this movie must have been popular at the time because it became a TV show.
All right.
Became a TV show where the main guy that Michael Keaton plays is not played by Michael Keaton, and is played by a completely different actor.
All right.
I don't know if any of the other actors are the same, but Michael Keaton is not.
Michael Keaton is not the same. I see.
Also, apparently, there was a 1943 film called Gung Ho, which I have no idea if it was related in any way, and I'm too lazy to go look.
I see.
But
I need to fix my chair.
Yeah, no, it was fun. It was a fun one. I enjoyed it. You know, it was good. It had a budget of $13 million, and I think it made $36 million.
All right.
$36,600,000, $611,610 if you want to be specific. Right. But yeah, a big point in the movie is the workers are not permitted to to form a union and are paid lower wages.
All right.
So they there's a lot of different things that are changed on them. They have to learn like every job. They have seemingly impossible standards of efficiency and quality, and it's just a whole thing. It's a delight.
All right. Okay. So that's it.
That is all.
All right. So one of Kevin Smith's bad movies, quote unquote, I've been led to believe, gaslit, if you will, for many years into believing that it was a bad movie, was a movie called Jersey Girl. And even Kevin Smith makes fun of this movie for being bad. And I don't think it is. I think this movie is quite good. I quite like this movie. And I guarantee you've never heard of Jersey Girl.
Jersey Girls, I'm aware of because when we watched that the Kevin Smith on stage, I think he made fun of it.
Yeah, probably.
I don't believe I've ever watched it.
But Jersey Girl is Ben Affleck is in love and married to Jennifer Lopez, who he was dating. I don't know if he was dating at the time, but I don't know if you remember Benifer or that whole nonsense. But the sped up version of the story is he was at one point dating Jennifer Lopez. They did a movie called Geely together. Yeah, that's where that joke where he sleeps with
Jennifer Lopez.
Where he sleeps with Ben Affleck. That's where that joke comes from. But yeah, there was a period where they dated. They made a movie called Geely. It did very badly, and then they broke up. And so a lot of her scenes from this movie were cut out, so she's not really in it. But she dies pretty early on. And it's really not funny, but it's one of those things where it's like there's all of a sudden a weird tone shift where it's a mostly lighthearted movie for the first 10, 15-ish minutes. You're like, oh, this is pretty lighthearted. And then out of nowhere, it's like she's pregnant. He's the whole thing is he works for a PR firm, and he's like busy. He's not really around all the time. He can't be around, and like that's the point of conflict. She's cranky because she's pregnant. She yells at him. And they show up at the hospital. She gives birth to the baby, and then she just dies, and she's gone. And it just kind of comes out of nowhere. You're like, oh, okay. And then the movie, because the framing device of the movie initially is her telling the story of how she was born. And so initially, after the wife dies, Ben Affleck moves in with his dad, who is played by George Carlin, who is really good in this movie. He's really good.
The George Carlin?
The George Carlin, yeah, he's really good. And I think this is around when he died. But yeah, he's as Ben Affleck's dad. He's really good. He's got two friends played by Stephen Root, who is Bill from King of the Hill. And he's they're just normal guys, and they're friends. They hang out at a bar. He really reminded me of Grandpa, my mother's dad. Really reminded me of him. So Ben Affleck moves in with the dad, and he's working at a PR firm, and one of their clients he tries to jump back into work. He's not taking any responsibility for his kid. He's being a shitty dad because anytime he tries to, it reminds him of his wife, which he's all heartbroken and whatnot. And he one of his clients is Will Smith randomly. And he's at this event. And he's
Prince?
The Fresh Prince, yeah. And this movie, at this point in the movie, it's he's about to do which movie? I can't remember which one. I want to say Men in Black. Oh no, I think it was Independence Day. It might have been Independence Day. He's about to do a movie, and he's still just the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air on the TV show. And they're trying to plan this release release party for his album, and he doesn't show up. And Ben Affleck shows up at this event because George Carlin refuses to take care of the baby because he's like, you need to bond with your kid and actually like take care of your own kid. I'm not going to do all the work for you. So he gets saddled taking the kid to this event, and it causes him to stress out, and he gets all stressed out, and he shits on Will Smith. He's like, he's just a 2-bit TV actor, and he's never going to be a movie star, and he's a nobody. Which, obviously, as a PR agent, gets him fired immediately. And then blacklisted from the industry. So he gets stuck living with the dad, and he becomes a city worker. Like, they street sweeper, does maintenance, all sorts of stuff for the city. But the whole time he's trying to.
Hey man, you say that like it's a bad thing. I'm just saying. Do you know how much those guys get paid?
The movie treats it like it's the movie initially treats it like a bad thing, but he.
That is a very respectable gig, and a lot of people would not turn their nose up at it.
The conflict of the movie is that he wants to go back to being the PR guy, living in the nice apartment, making all the money. He doesn't want to live in the small Jersey town doing nothing. And so he meets a girl. Played by Liv Tyler at a video store, and they become friends and a relationship or whatever. And he eventually gets offered an opportunity to get his old job, not his old job back, but a similar job at a new firm. And the daughter doesn't want him to, and she's like, I don't want to. I hate you. I wish you had died instead of mom. And he's like, yeah, well, you and your mom ruined my life, you little shit. And it's like, whoo, that's not okay. That's not an okay.
How old is the daughter?
Like 5 or 6.
Oh, yeah, that makes it even worse.
6 or 7, something like that, within that age range. Adolescence.
I'm picturing like late teenager, 16, 17,
no.
which is still not okay, but
little girl.
Yeah, okay, that's.
And then there's a really funny running bit where she has to perform a musical number with her parent at the school, and so initially she's like, can we please go see Cats? He's like, no cats, absolutely no cats. And she keeps asking throughout the movie, can we go see Cats? And she's like, what about Sweeney Todd? So they go watch Sweeney Todd, and they show this. It's the scene, God, That's Good. You know, the one where he's killing all the people and upstairs, like, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Mary, Mrs. Lovett's meat pies, treat pies. Yeah, that song. It's that song. And it shows on the stage Sweeney Todd slicing a guy's throat, and Ben Affleck's eyes just go wide as he realizes what this is for, and so the daughter, he gets together with Liv Tyler, and the daughter catches them in the shower, and there's a bit early on which is kind of uncomfortable where Ben Affleck walks in on the daughter and a little boy, and the little boy's got his pants down, completely Winnie the Poohing it. And she's like, so that's what one of those looks like. And and so she shows him hers. And he walks in.
I think I've seen this scene on TikTok.
He walks in on them. And
what are your intentions with my daughter?
Yeah, what are your intentions with my daughter? I don't know. And like,
you're going to have to marry her.
You can only show your private parts to naked people when you're married. And he's like, oh, okay. And then she's like, and then she asks a bunch of really awkward and uncomfortable questions about his Johnson, which I don't want to repeat because it's really awkward. And so yeah, he's like, what are you gonna don't tell anybody, don't tell Pop, the grandpa, don't tell Pop. He's like, what's gonna keep you quiet? And he's like, I want to rent, because earlier in the movie they went to the video store. She wanted to rent Dirty Dancing, and he wouldn't let her. He's like, I want to rent Dirty Dancing, and. Well, no, first she's like, what are your intentions with my dad? That's what she's like at first. And then she's like, I want to watch Dirty Dancing. And she's like, and we get to do Sweeney Todd from the school thing. And he's like, I don't know, we get to do Sweeney Todd. So the part of there's a subplot throughout the movie where they're rehearsing God, That's Good from Sweeney Todd. And he's, of course, playing Sweeney Todd. And she's Mrs. Lovett. And the two, there's a bit where the two friends, she keeps calling them Uncle such and such, and she's like, they're not your actual uncles, but they're really cool. They're just cool guys. They help build the sets, these really impressive looking sets, and they play the customers. And the grandpa's like, yeah, he's like, I'm just the guy who gets his throat cut. And yeah, when they get into the big fight about moving back to the city, he's like, I want Grandpa to be Sweeney Todd, and they eventually reconcile or whatever. And she's like, look, did Mom like living in the city? He's like, yeah, well, okay, I'm sure I'll grow to love it as well. And they kind of reconcile. And she's like, if you can't make the show because of one of those kinds of movies, there's a big interview he has to go to that the all is lost moment is he makes the wrong choice, right? And then he makes the right choice. But so the entire movie, I'm like, there's no way Will Smith is actually in this, right? And so he goes to this interview and he's waiting, and then who happens to walk in but Will Smith? And he sits down, and there's this really long scene of him and Will Smith going back about like what it means to be a dad and why Will Smith loves his kids, and like it's like my middle kitty says this, and they really bond or whatever. And I thought that the resolution of this was gonna be like he turns down the job with the bad choice, he turns that down, but then it's RV, right? Will Smith shows up at the end and offers him another job doing the thing he loves. Like that's what I was expecting. Like you know what I mean? Yeah. Where Will Smith would come back, and Will Smith never comes back. That's the only scene he's in. He's just in the one scene. So then obviously he's like, oh, I need to go be with my daughter, and he runs back to the school, and he ends up doing Sweeney Todd with her, and it's really sweet. It's a really touching moment, and Ben Affleck is quite good in this. Like he's got a couple of really sweet moments. Him and the little girl have great chemistry. Him and Liv Tyler are fun together. Even Jennifer Lopez is pretty good in this. Like I already mentioned, George Carlin is so good. He's really he's got a genuine. Like he's trying to be tough, but he's got a heart of gold. There's a really funny moment where they're practicing Sweeney Todd, and he's reading through it, and he's going, this really isn't for kids. Are you sure you should be doing this are you sure your dad's gonna let you do this for school? And she's like, yeah, I caught him and such in the shower, and I made him do it. And he's like, oh, that's a good one. and then there's a really touching moment between him and Ben Affleck, where at the end, where after everything resolves or whatever, he's like, oh, it looks like I'm gonna be staying with you for a bit longer, Dad. And he's like, oh, that's good. I didn't want you. And he's like, oh, I assumed you wanted to be alone to have your time. You're like, no, I don't want to be alone. I don't want to die alone. And then there's kind of a moment of a moment of silence, and he kind of has this kind of emotional look on his face. And then Ben Affleck says like, I love you, Dad, or whatever, and walks away. And there's just a moment where it's just George Carlin just sitting there, like sitting with that emotion. And then the girl walks up and is like, oh, I love you, Grandpa. And then he melts, and it's beautiful. It's a beautiful moment. Aww, it's so cute. It's so cute. Adorable. It's well directed. Like, and then there's enough with the cinematography, and it's funny. I'm like, the cinematography in this movie is really good. And then I read about it, and like that's because it was made. The cinematographer was like this Academy Award. I don't know if he won or if he was just nominated, but it was like Academy Award level cinematographer who Kevin Smith fucking hated, who he described as being a cranky douche or something, that cranky ass or something like that. And I'm like, oh, okay, that explains why the cinematography in this is so good. That explains a lot. But no, yeah, I don't think the when I was watching it, I was like, I get a lot of his movies. I get why in the moment, critically, they don't do well. But like with like looking back at it, like I remember people being like saying this was a bad movie. And it's just not. Like, I wouldn't go so far as to say it's like a great movie or a perfect movie. It's I saw a review describe it as a conventional romantic comedy. I mean, it is that. It is a reasonably conventional romantic comedy, but it's an effective one, and it's not a badly constructed one. I didn't think any of the acting was bad. Any of the performances were bad. I thought the chemistry. The little girl is really cute and really fun. Yeah,
what you've described to me, it sounds like Jell-O.
Yeah,
it's safe.
Yeah, it's safe. It's a cute. There's nothing really. I mean, the at the time, probably the boldest thing it does is kill off Jennifer Lopez, immediately, pretty quickly. But like, there's a scene with him in a graveyard. Like, there's a couple of scenes where Ben Affleck gets to be emotional. That I'm like,
it just it
considering
sounds like
this is Kevin Smith.
It sounds like dozens of father is bad father and learns to be good father movies that I've seen over the years. Right. It just sounds like another one of those.
It's Old Dogs. It's what did RV. I say? RV. Ironically, a lot of these involve Robin Williams. But yeah, it's the dad is shit and he has to learn to not be shit movie. And like, yeah, those are always at their very worst. All right, and this is I thought this was better than I was led to believe it was. and I was genuinely surprised by how much I got. Like at the end, I was like, "Ooh, this is starting to feel a little emotional. This is good. I'm enjoying this. This is yeah." I'm not gonna say it's again not his best movie, but Red State still worse. Still worse. That's Jersey Girl.
I understand. They
tease us up for our final movies.
So, to tee us up for my final have not seen, which is The Dilemma. Have you heard of The Dilemma? Have you seen The Dilemma? Do you know about The Dilemma?
The name sounds familiar, but no, not by name.
Came out in 2011, so there is a 50-50 shot that you have seen this one. You either have or you haven't, see.
I don't think I've seen it, but yeah, it doesn't sound
familiar. So before I tell you about the movie itself, this is a question I've been wrestling with. What makes a bad actor? Is a bad actor someone who is incapable of being anyone other than the same character that they always are? Is that a bad actor? So, like, for example,
no.
because he's in this movie, when I say Vince Vaughn, what kind of character what comes to mind to you for Vince Vaughn?
I mean, he's just kind of Vince Vaughn.
Exactly. Does that make him a bad actor?
Well,
because he's just always Vince Vaughn. Not always the same thing.
Not always. I mean, I know I said that, but as I said that, I was like, well, no, because like, I watched. We're probably gonna watch it when we finally do that pro wrestling episode. We keep promising.
Like to me, and everything that I've seen Vince Vaughn in, he's always just kind of the same. Whether it's dodgeball, whether it's whether it's couples retreat, like he always plays that same schmarmy kind of like car salesman.
Vince Vaughn is sort of like Adam Sandler, where he's got those movies where he's just Vince Vaughn, but I wish I could remember what it was called. But there's a WWE superstar called Paige, Fighting with My Family. When he was in Fighting with My Family, he's kind of a bit more beleaguered and a bit more. He's not quite as sharp or fast-witted, and he's a bit more slower.
Interesting.
So, I wouldn't characterize that character as just being Vince Vaughn. And I know there's other examples, but nothing's coming to me. But I do know what you mean. I do know what you mean. Wait, is this the one where
Kevin James?
Oh no, that's the
Kevin James. Is it? Kevin James is another example of that. And he's also in this movie, funny enough, where it's like he's always just kind of Kevin James.
Yeah, Kevin James is also different. Where there's degrees, because it depends. I do get what you mean though.
That's where I'm just like, what makes a bad actor? Like what because I don't necessarily, and being Vince Vaughn and everything, I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing.
Stilted.
I don't mind that role, and in certain roles it works, and sometimes you need that, and to have someone he's typecast.
And wooden perperformance
is what I would say.
Yeah.
He's always kind of the same typecast role.
Yeah, I think he just does that intentionally because it's easier.
I mean, I can't tell.
What is the dilemma about, Jordan?
The dilemma is basically Vince Vaughn and Kevin James are two friends. They're partners in an auto design firm, and they're trying to sell this new design to, I think it was Dodge. And so they're in the middle of negotiations, going back and forth, and whoopsie poopsie, Vince Vaughn discovers that Nick's wife, who is Winona Ryder, is kissing another man, who is Channing Tatum. I
actually might have heard of this one, and then it's like whether or not he tells him or not.
And so then Vince Vaughn is like, well, I have to tell him, but we're in the middle of this big deal, and I don't want it to impact the big deal. So I have to tell him, but how do I tell him? And it's a dilemma of when do I tell him? And meanwhile, Winona Ryder is like, if you tell him, I'm going to tell him that we slept together in college, because apparently they slept together in college. And I'm going to tell him that you've been making passes at me all this time. And so then, meanwhile, Kevin James's character is so stressed about the deal that he hasn't been sleeping, and also Vince Vaughn's wife, I think she was pregnant, and so that's also part, or maybe she wasn't. Maybe I'm combining movies, apparently also, wait. Sorry, I need to... Oh, interesting. So, the director, Ron Howard, his brother plays a character in this movie His brother plays the character Herbert Trimpe, and then fun fact, his dad, actor Rance Howard, also apparently appears in the film, but it's not named. It doesn't say specifically who. Um, so two members of the director's family are in this movie.
Neat.
But this movie is very...
All right.
Yeah. It's very 2011. Very by the book. Very, very... Jello, like we were previously discussing.
Yeah.
It's really just... You think of a Vince Vaughn movie, you think of a Kevin James movie. This just slides somewhere into the middle of their filmography, lost amongst the other Vince Vaughn and Kevin James movies that you don't remember.
It made me think of it's okay. Like when it comes to Vince Vaughn, like I would be like, yeah, I don't know.
But like in terms of the Ron Howard directorial side,
I'm like the breakup. He's way more bitter and angry than in any of his other movies.
It definitely fits into the Ron Howard whimsical kind of. No, I hesitate to use whimsical, but like whimsical.
Yeah, that always seems out of character for him because it's like he doesn't usually do romantic comedies, which is what this clearly is.
Yeah, well, it's to be fair, it's on Wikipedia. It's classified as a comedy drama film, not a romantic comedy.
Oh, fair enough.
It's not about. It's about Vince Vaughn trying to break to his friend that his wife is cheating on him. Right? Like it's not about him dating someone specifically. So
is that it for the dilemma?
It's a real dilemma.
So here's the
thing. I will
say
before we move on, I will say it does hit a point where like they're near the back end where he finally so important thing that I forgot to mention in this movie, Vince Vaughn's character has a history of gambling problems, so he's doing all these weird sporadic things, and all of his family and friends think that he's fallen off the wagon and gotten back into gambling again.
Gotcha.
Because like there's a point where Kevin James's character is following Vince Vaughn, and he sees him meeting Channing Tatum, who looks like a bookie. And he thinks that he's getting like he's doing a bet or whatever, when really he's trying to get his camera back that he had used to try and take pictures of him and Winona Ryder and prove that they were cheating and stuff. And so there's a point where they all stage an intervention for Vince Vaughn, and he's like, no, okay, well, I guess this is the point where I have to say it. And he's like, no, I'm not. I did not fall off the wagon. Your wife is cheating on you with the guy that you thought was my bookie that you invited to this intervention.
That's funny.
So then it cuts to like they've made the deal and they've finished and stuff, or they're about to, or cuts to like a week later or something like that. Kevin James forgives Vince Vaughn, and happy ending between them, and Kevin James divorces the cheating wife.
I understand.
That's it. That's all there is to say.
So, before I tell you about my final movie, in terms of housekeeping, and once I complete my description of the 4:30 movie by Kevin Smith, I will eat the hot pepper, and Jordan will eat the sour thing. But I'm gonna have to get up to get the pepper and the ice cream. And an unfortunate thing that has happened since we've done the show is I have to go. I have to take care of some business. If you catch my drift, winky, winky, winky.
How long?
Oh,
what?
It's gonna take. It's probably 15 seconds. But once I stand up,
okay,
all the liquid's gonna go to my bladder. So you will have to keep the audience entertained while I quickly.
Well, that's a good point. That's a good time where I can set my cracker up and pour it and get that all ready. I have to open up the packaging, and I can make a real show of it.
So Jordan, you can watch Jordan unpackaging the crackers and the lemon extract while I quickly duck to the bathroom. The 4:30 show. The 4:30 show is Kevin Smith's latest movie. It is about a group of 3 16-year-old boys who love to spend every Saturday afternoon sneaking into the movies.
As one does.
The one friend is gotten the courage after gone on a date with her previously and made out with her in a pool and almost got to second base, but he chickened out. He has worked up the courage to ask her to go to the movies. And the movie is basically an afternoon at this movie theater with these kids. Them trying to they go to I should also mention this movie takes place in the 1980s to 1984, and it is semi-biographical. So it is sort of semi about Kevin Smith, and it's like they're at this movie theater, and there's a bunch of weird celebrity cameos that are funny, but his mom, I can't remember who his mom is. His mom is I only know her as Bob Regine on Last Week Tonight, but like at one point his mom emergency calls him in the movie theater. There's an evil like jerk movie theater owner who thinks he's really cool. And thinks he's like this famous, well-connected Hollywood person, even though he owns a movie theater in the middle of nowhere. And the one friend who's kind of basically Randall from Clerks causes trouble with the movie theater guy because they're going to try to sneak into R-rated movies all day. So they initially go to the one movie called Astro Blasters, which is it's a fake movie, and they keep cutting to scenes from it. It's Astro Blaster and the Beaver. And it's a fake movie where I don't know who plays that, but he's a guy from a Led Zeppelin, I think it's a Led Zeppelin cover band, and he gets abducted into space, and he's teaming up with a Conan the Barbarian coded character called the Beaver, who is played by okay, now I'm gonna look this up. It's the guy from the Drew Carey Show. Not the best friend from the Drew Carey Show, Diedrich Bader, but not the Ryan Stiles, the other guy. He's a character called the Beaver, who is he's basically Conan the Barbarian, but he's dressed as like a beaver. They wind up at one point getting kicked out because they get into a fight with a bunch of little girls because they're cursing in front of these kids, and they get permanently banned. And it's got cameos from Randall's in there, and he's there as the dad of this little kid who gets into an argument with one of the kids, and he tells his dad that he showed him his junk, so he gets kicked out. And then later on, Jason Lee is there, and he's the dad of one of the main characters, which I just think was funny. His daughter, she plays a nun in a fake trailer, where it's like the premise of which is she's a nun. But by day she's a really happy-go-lucky nun, and then by night she's a prostitute. At one point, she seduces a client played by Jason Mewes and tosses him on the bed. And there's a blooper where he's like, "Please still suck it," and I'm like, "No, that's weird. That's a weird scene. You've known her since she was a kid. That's weird. Stop that. Stop it with your weirdness. No, stop." And then so then towards the end of the movie, there's a scene. It's quite good. The performances are good. The chemistry between the three leads is good. I discovered that Kevin Smith is not good at horror. He's not good at horror movies, but he's really good at sentimentality. He's really good at sentiment. He's really good at being sweet and emotional, but also doing weird, dirty jokes in another moment. It's one of Clerks 3's strengths, is that it's a really emotional movie, and this has some really nice moments. But there's a really nice moment where he runs into the girl who runs the counter, one of the girls at the movie theaters, and she's just as into movies as he is. She knows just as much. They have a back and forth, a dialogue where she is like, "Oh, I'm gonna go to college. I'm going to go to Rhode Island State of school, the same Rhode Island school that Seth MacFarlane went to, and become a director." And he's like, "Oh, I can never think to do that." And she's like, "Well, you should be a director. You like movies. Movies are escapism for most people, but for people like us, movies are life." And it starts off with it starts off with you loving movies, and it turns into that's how you become. And I'm like, it's very accurate. When you love movies like we do, they kind of become your life, right? And I was like, this is a really profound thing. And she's there smoking a cigarette, and I'm like, my only note, and I understand it's a pretty girl, and it doesn't serve anything. She's not like a romantic rival. She doesn't steal him away, or he still gets the other girl at the end. And so it should have been Kevin Smith. That scene. It's a really good dialogue. It's a really good monologue on her part. And I think it would have been more interesting. Or even if, like, Kevin Smith played because the cranky movie theater owner is played by Ken Jeong, Dr. Ken, from the Hangover movie. Yeah. And he's good. He's funny. But I think it would have been maybe better if the theater owner was Kevin Smith. And, like, he was still cranky or whatever. And, like, that's a moment of, like, they bond or whatever. And he gives the speech and he gets to smoke the cigarette. Because that was his whole thing at Silent Bob. Silent Bob smoked a cigarette. So, because, like, if this is supposed to be...
Whoa. Was he? Or was he smoking weed?
Kevin...
Silent Bob.
Silent Bob always smoking a cigarette. Because Kevin Smith smoked at the time. Yeah, so he always... So... That would have been an interesting tie to, like, oh, that's where the... But he doesn't seem to be sure whether or not it wants to be biographical or not, because at the end, there's a mid-credit scene where the kid is sitting there with the girlfriend. There's all these double entendres about it being his first time and being nervous or whatever. And his friends come in, and they're like, oh, you're being a chicken shit. Just do it. And then you find out he's applying for a job. And I thought, he's applying to work at the movie theater because he loves the movies. That makes sense, right? But then it pulls back, and it's the quick stop. You know, from Clerks?
Mm.
Like, and I know that like, him working at the quick stop in Clerks was supposed to... Like, that's based on his real life. He worked at a clerk at a convenience store. So I wasn't sure if that was supposed to... If, like, that's supposed to be he's Kevin's... Because the character's not called Kevin Smith. It's got a completely different name. So I wasn't sure if, like... and he's not Dante. It's not Dante. Again, different kid. So I'm like, is that supposed to be, like, Kevin Smith's real-life quick stop? Or is that supposed to be, like, this also takes place in the View Askew-verse? It was unclear. Because I'm like, I understand why you wouldn't want to have Kevin Smith tell this kid about being a director and all that. Maybe to him that felt too on the nose. But I just think it would have been more... For me, it would have been more effective if because everyone else is in this. He's the only one who's not. And... Finally, before I wrap up Kevin Smith... what was your favorite movie this week, Jordan? We know mine was Clerks, but what was your favorite? And why is it Apollo 13?
Apollo 13 is up there. But I did have a lot of fun with Gung Ho.
Oh, okay,
funny enough.
Enough.
But I think I would probably go with Apollo 13 because Tom Hanks is a pretty spectacular actor. Although, then again, Night Shift was also pretty fun. That was a lot of fun, too.
A thing I meant to mention with Jersey Girl that I just remembered, that is sort of not... It's worth mentioning for you. It is, for reasons that you'll get, and I won't share with the audience, but this is just for Jordan. The only movie that Kevin Smith made, other than I guess Red... I don't know, because he's not in Tusk. Up until Jersey Girl had come out, the only movie that Jason Mewes was not in. He's not in that movie, and Jason Lee and the guy who plays Dante and Randall, all those guys are all in it. They all cameo. There's a point where Ben Affleck goes to get it to with a job interview with a PR firm, and it's Matt Damon and the guy who plays Dante. So they're all in it. Except for Jason Mewes. And the only reason why Jason Mewes isn't in that movie is because there was a point pre-Clerks 2, I can't remember, but during that period of time, he cut Jason Mewes out of his life completely, cold turkey. Until you get clean, I'm not talking to you. That's why he's not in that movie.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's it. That's Kevin Smith. I love Kevin Smith. Despite even the bad ones, I didn't have a bad time this week. So we're gonna do the pepper because the challenge here is gonna be and the sour shit. It's
pepper cracker challenge.
I'm gonna get the stuff. Now here's gonna be the challenge. Okay, Jordan, I'm gonna count us down, and then I am going to get through the entire outro of the show. Before I cannot have a bite of ice cream until I get through the at least half of the outro, because people are going to want to see me go for the ice cream. I feel like that. So, I'm going to do the topic for next week and some of the outro. before I hit ice cream. At least half of the outro before I can have any ice cream. Jordan's just got to suffer. Oh yeah, Jordan can't have any water, which he doesn't have any water or any drink with him.
I don't have any drink or liquid in here, so I can't palate cleanse until we finish the stream.
So I'm gonna go retrieve that shit and go to the bathroom real quick.
That's assuming that this is powerful enough to elicit any sort of reaction.
Jordan, while I'm gone, entertain the audience for now. I'll be back.
I will.
I'm gonna take this.
Okay, audience. Now it's my turn to shine. We're gonna open this cracker and try and oh yeah, that's very plain. Oh, this was the correct choice in cracker because it means that most of the flavor that I get, keep eating that other plain one, is going to be whatever this stuff tastes like.
I knew that was going to happen.
So, I don't want to pour it until we're kind of ready, but I've got it. It's unscrewed. Oh.
What is that? Oh,
it immediately makes my room smell like lemon. Whew.
Okay.
So he's coming back, and he's gonna put his headphone on. So I'm gonna I want to wait until he's ready, and then I'm gonna pour this.
Okay.
Because I don't want to. I'm in a place where I don't want this to spill too much, so I don't want to pour this until we're kind of ready to go.
Okay, so let's just.
But I for the audience's benefit, I had a plain one just to taste and see, because I got these are unsalted crackers.
Okay, hold on.
So they taste like nothing.
Bear with me for 2 seconds while I just quickly.
Until I put whatever this extract stuff on it.
But
I don't want.
It's time. I'm gonna eat the pepper. So if you want to come watch me just eat the pepper, you can come watch me. We're live right now, so you can come watch me just eat the pepper. Okay, do that, and then we're gonna share it. We're gonna share.
I'm trying to. I haven't poured it on yet. I don't want it to like get all soggy on me because these crackers are very thin.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Okay, hold on. Just give me 1 second.
And for the record, we have a lot of them now.
Okay.
Because the box that I got, I couldn't get them in individualized bags. So the box that I have has 3 other bags of this many.
Oh.
So we have 3 other bags of these.
So funny. I probably should have helped you pick out some crackers. It's okay.
Well, the goal was to pick one that had no flavor, so that whatever I ate, it would, you know what I mean? And so there were other ones that I could have gotten which were smaller, but they were flavored ones. Okay. And the flavor would have overpowered this.
Okay.
Potentially.
Okay. Here we go.
Okay, so I'm going to pour this on. I'm going to pour this on whenever you're about to eat it and going to do the countdown, then I'll put it down.
This is such a
And then we can
pepper.
do the countdown.
I should have got a smaller pepper. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready to count down.
Oh.
Yeah. I maybe don't.
Yeah. This thing is pretty sufficiently soaked.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
1. Oh God! It burned. I don't think I can swallow it. I need more crackers.
I'm gonna be really hard with you. I'm gonna be honest with you. The big ones aren't that spicy. I mean, okay, no, okay, no, okay. Here we go. Okay, no, it's okay. It's starting to kick in a bit. Next week is gonna be bring your own topic. So it's for mini topics that not can't fill a whole episode. So
it's so bad. Oh, I got punished so much worse than I thought. Oh God.
So I'm gonna do puppets. Jordan hasn't decided his topic. And okay. Jordan, where can they find you?
I do Minecraft Mondays. Fgore 187. Twitch. I need a palate cleanser.
You can find me. Oh. You can find me on TikTok. Justice. Oh, okay. No, yeah, that's spicy. You can find me. Just Spurr. It's Spurr on TikTok. This has gone off the rails so badly. You can email the show. It's justitsbusiness@gmail.com. Join the Discord. If you want to support us, you can join the Patreon. Oh. Sign up for Vizard. They're helpful. This was so much better than I was expecting. That's it. Sorry. The next one. Because that wasn't. I'm gonna be real with you, Jordan. That wasn't spicy. I should have got a smaller one. I will eat 2 serrano peppers at 300.
Next week? You're gonna do it next week?
I'm not doing it next week. I'm gonna eat ice cream now. I will eat at 300 subscribers. I've decided I will eat 2 serrano peppers, and then at 400 I will eat 3, all leading up to the big 500 where I will eat a habanero pepper, and then at 1,000 we're gonna do a hot ones. Jordan might eat more sour shit. That was really funny.
I don't know. We're gonna have to find something. That was awful. That didn't taste like lemon.
Okay, we have to go.